of the Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor Ayodeji Olayinka Johnson Abuola, I humbly welcome you all to a very great university, one of the two universities we have in Nigeria, Olabisi Onabanjo University, and the other one is the others. Thank you very much. Let me recognize our distinguished members of Olabisi Onabanjo University Management, where in the world. I introduce to you this erudite scholar, Professor Ayodeji Abuola, the Vice Chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University. Of course, to affirm what I've just said, Professor Abuola is a distinguished alumnus of this great university. It's to tell you that whatever comes out of this university is one of the best in the whole world. I introduce to you also the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, another distinguished alumnus of this great institution, Professor Olatudu Abosede Otenrede. Of course, the next person is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, who will soon join us as soon as possible. I introduce to you another distinguished alumnus of this great university, a legal luminary, Professor Charles Olufemi Adekoya, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, who will join us soon. Thank you very much. Distinguished scholars in our midst, let me also introduce to you the Registrar and Secretary Council of Olabisi Onabanjo University. I have in our midst today, Dr. Bayo Orukotan. Thank you very much. I think it is not a misnomer for me to recognize our registrar as another alumnus of this great university because he had his master's degree from this great university several years back. Thank you very much. Distinguished scholar, I recognize another distinguished academic in our midst today who is in charge of our university library, the university librarian, Professor Feyitola Nike Onifade. Thank you, sir. Also, at the extreme left there is I call him the Chancellor of the Exchequer of this great university, popularly known as the Bossa. I introduce to you Mr. Olufemi Showunmi, FCA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, another member of the extended university management of this great university, who of course is on the other side today, leading the delegation from the Association of Pharmacists in Nigeria, the Dean Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Latif Zakat Kasim. Thank you very much. Of course, before I will hand over the mic to our Vice Chancellor, let me now invite the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Latif Zakat Kasim, to give us, introduce the delegation to the management of the university. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chancellor and principal officers. These are the gurus and shakers of the pharmacy world in Nigeria. And they've come to pay homage to you as the skipper or the ship master of this university. And I want to hand over to the national chairman of Napa, actually, to do what you want us to do.
Good morning, my Vice Chancellor, sir. I want to seek your against to let me just stay here. Am I permitted, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I want to appreciate you for this meeting, and especially for coming all the way from here to Sagama yesterday, despite all the challenges. We sincerely appreciate you. And not only you, you brought all your management in. It's a testament to your love for our profession, to our faculty, and we do not take it for granted. Thank you very much, sir, for all that you. We've heard good things about you, your administration, and we believe that it's just the starting point, because we know you will still do more for our faculty. So, having said that, when you said that individuals introduce themselves, I said, oh, if this is reading my mind, because I wouldn't even attempt that. So I want to just introduce myself and then maybe give it to my team, who is going to pass it down there, and everybody will do it sharply. Just mention our name and where we come from. That's all. I think it's okay.
It's okay.
So I am Professor Ezekiel Olugbe, I'm actually from Obafemi Awolowo University. I'm a professor of pharmaceutical microbiology and biotechnology and the Faculty of Pharmacy. I represent this association as the national chairman. So thank you, I think, to the conference.
Good morning, everybody. I'm standing on the existing protocol. I'm Professor Bolajoko Aino from Faculty of Pharmacy, Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Biopharmacy, University of Lagos, University of First Choice and Nations Bank.
My name is Dr. Dauda, that's my name. And followed by Auji, which is my mother's name. And then Dangiwa, which is my father's name. So I'm Dauda Auji Dangiwa of the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacy Practice, the University of Jos, of course, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and the chairman of Napa on the plateau. We are all on top, all of you are below.
The Vice Chancellor Protocols duly observed. My name is Dr. Kennedy Ilya Amagon. I'm from the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology, University of Jos.
Good morning, sir. I'm the son of the soil. That is from Olajuwon Obanjoye. I'm Dr. Indoye Elijah. So I'm the local organizing committee chairman for this conference that we are holding for this year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dr. Olufunke Babalola. I'm currently the branch chairman of Napa, Olabisi Onombanjo University. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Chukwuemeka Christian Mba. I work in the Department of Pharmaceutical Technology and Industrial Pharmacy, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Currently, I'm the Secretary of Napa UNM branch.
Good morning, Professor Emmanuel Ibezim.
Sorry, sir.
Okay. So my name is Professor Emmanuel Ibezim of the Department of Pharmaceutics, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am immediate past national chairman of this great association. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Vice Chancellor and your team, colleagues. I am Jennifer Audupita, a professor of pharmaceutical technology from University of Jos and the immediate Napa chairman, University of Jos.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor and your team, sir, and my colleagues. My name is Dr. Gugu Thaddeus Harrison. I am of the Department of Pharmaceutical Microbiology and Biotechnology, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Only University in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All protocols duly observed. My name is Dr. Sunday Okafor, Department of Pharmaceutical and Medicinal Chemistry, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And the great orator of the university here said, I think it was a slip of tongue, because there are two universities, University of Nigeria and others. Currently, I am the Napa chairman of UNN, and it's a pleasure being here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Vice Chancellor and the team, sir. My name is Akikomi Richard. I'm not a pharmacist by profession, but I'm a teacher. I'm the wife of the national chairman.
You are associate.
Protocols duly observed. Kolosi Patan Yomotejoko Emily. I'm from the Department of Pharmaceutical Microbiology, Delta State University. I'm the treasurer of the Napa chapter.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor, my dear colleagues. All protocols duly observed. I am Dr. Ufoma Shalom Akwinakwi from the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacy Administration, Delta State University, Abraka. I'm currently the chairman of the association in my chapter. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, my name is Dr. Idris Ajayi Oyemito. I'm the National Financial Secretary of Napa. From the Department of Pharmacology, OAU, that is Oba University.
Good morning, Vice Chancellor and other members of the management team. I'm Olusayo Okumi of the Department of Pharmacology, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. I'm the national PRO of the association. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor and members of the High Table. I'm Dr. Sinoluko Ezioso Okafor, from the Department of Pharmaceutics and Industrial Pharmacy, Delta State University, Abuja, currently the Vice Chairman of the session in the branch.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, all protocol duly observed. I'm pharmacist Emmanuel Agbamo, Department of Pharmaceutics and Industrial Pharmacy, Faculty of Pharmacy, Delta State University, Abuja.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor and members of the High Table. I'm pharmacist Lawrence Uchenna Wanko. I'm from the Department of Pharmacognosy, Delta State University, Abuja. I'm currently the Secretary of Napa Delsu branch. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor and his management team. My name is Dr. Sayemere Irawi. I'm from the Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, University of Benin. I'm currently the Secretary of Napa, Unimed.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chancellor and members of the management team. I'm Dr. Fabian Chukugezea Michina from the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology, University of Benin. I am the chairman of Napa, University of Benin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate our delegation from the members of the National Association of Pharmacists in Academic, Napa, who are here for the annual National Scientific Conference for this particular year. The theme of the third Gateway 2024. Can we appreciate them once again? Mr. Vice Chancellor, the technical assistant to the Vice Chancellor, who is administrative officer here, Mrs. Lola Adekoya. Most of them. Ghana humbly invites our amiable Vice Chancellor to please address our August visitor today. I am Dr. Wale Balogun from Corporate Affairs Division.
Good morning, our President and other members of the association here present, my dear colleagues. University system in Nigeria is just one. And I'm happy the way we are all proud about our university, where we all come from. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. But the essence of having the university system is to be able to compete among ourselves, to compare notes, and to be able to share good ideas and bring that ideas to the forefront for national development. So if all of us are number one, then Nigeria should be better for it. My dear colleagues, for the sake of those that are visiting the university for the first time, I'm happy that you've seen our Shagam campus yesterday. This is the main campus of the university. The university is having 4 campuses, which is more or less multi-campus system that we are running in line with the forefathers that actually established the university for the sake of people of Ogun State to be able, wherever you are, you should have the benefit of having that institution located very close to you. Incidentally, when they were actually establishing the university, they take into consideration those areas that are very good in one thing or the other. The 4 campuses are located in 4 divisions of the state. Having the Ijebu division where we are, and the Ijebu division comprises of all the Ijebu areas. That's why they call it Ijebu division. And with the headquarters here, we have 6 faculties in this place. Faculty of Science, our Faculty of Education, Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Social Sciences, and of course, Faculty of Agri and Management Sciences. Those are the 6 faculties that we have on this main campus. The Shagamu, where you've been since yesterday, is the remote division of the state. And of course, you must have heard of Abofebe Awolowo, that the IFE is claiming that it's all power of all university. That is the remote division that Abofebe Awolowo actually paid for. And the campus is named after that same man, Obafemi Awolowo College of Health Sciences. And that college is having 3 faculties: Faculty of Basic Medical Science, Faculty of Basic Clinical Science. Of course, that is a faculty that will never admit a student, or will never graduate any student. And then we go to Faculty of Clinical Sciences. That is what I'm trying to bring out there, is the fact that the university system should not be politicized. Because it's all, I see it as a politics for us to create a faculty that will never admit a student and will never graduate a student. And that is Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. Because all the students will only stay there for 1 year. They won't admit and they will not graduate. So just a transiting faculty. But it's all politics. That's where I see it. Although I'm a medical doctor, and I keep on telling them that that is not how to run a university. And then we have the Faculty of Pharmacy. Those are the 4 faculties that we have in Shagamu. Then we have our Year 1 division, which is the area of Ayetoro, call them West. So we have our College of Agricultural Sciences there. Of course, in the College of Agricultural Sciences, there are always 2 faculties there, one for the plant and one for the animal. So the plants and then the animals, or the plants as they put them. And then we have the College of Agriculture and Environmental Studies that is very close to Lagos, and it's also situated where we have the largest industries in Nigeria. And that is the area of saltwater. So we have it at, they call it a bad division, which has to do with the Ibogu area. And so that campus is located at Ibogu, which is the bad division. And in that Faculty of Environmental Studies, we have Faculty of Environmental Studies and Faculty of Engineering. All the components of Faculty of Engineering is well established, and Faculty of Environmental Studies, we just established all of them through the last result verification. The university is actually established in 1982, to be precise, September, when the House of Assembly made a pronouncement, and then they have a proposal to the government to make it an act, which is signed in September 1982. But we did not open the 4 doors of the university to any student until 30th of January 1983. And that is why we kept January 30th as our foundation day. So our convocation is always on January 30th of every year. We started university with an humble beginning, just less than 300 of them with just 5 faculties. The university has progressed in all ratification. We have, as at last count, we have 14 now, 14 faculties with 30,000 students. And all the programs have full accreditation as at this moment. and also look at the public. Sincerely, that is the way Nigeria should be. If you look at the logo, if you look at the vision of this university, there are three words that are very key here. We talk about knowledge, we talk about skills, we talk about the values. I became the Vice Chancellor. We coined our 3 E's from those 3 words: the knowledge, the skills, and the value. So those 3 words I coined from there now becomes, if you are knowledgeable, you should be able to follow your education. If you are skilled enough, you should be employable. And to add value to the society, you must be an employer of labor. So that is where we get the 3 E for. Us be able to follow their education, they should be employable, and they should also be an employer of labor. But what I see that is lacking in most of the university today, that there's always a disconnect between all of us in academia and that of the industry. And so when I listened to the keynote address yesterday, I'm happy that it does not go away from what my interest really is. In fact, I collected the card of Salma. Salma. So I collected the card of that lady before she left. And I also saw one of the so one man there, which we discussed briefly before I left, and also collected this. What I think we should be doing, which the reason why I did that, was that I want to have, for every faculty, I need to have academic industrial advisory board. In the past, what we used to do is to talk about entrepreneurship like a vocational studies. And that is actually wrong. When the King's speaker was talking, I was just laughing. And the reason was that they kept on referring to his professor, who is actually interested in doing research, which happened to be the sister vice chancellor that was also there. And so I was just laughing. So what it implied that we will continue to do the work, so people continue to enjoy the money. And that attitude was tough. And that is why we don't really have our best pay coming back to academics any longer. Because the money is not there. If I have a first class today, up to today, I won't take any graduate that says to have a first class. But what I realized in the story is that within 2-3 years, they are planning to exit. And it's because they continue to compare what they earn in the industry to what they earn in the university. But if we have the triple Ys that we are talking about, putting it together, even if they don't increase our salary, we can still get our salary through other means. Because if I have industrial academic advisory board, we can make it a point of duty of taking about 3 or 4 of them to have their R&D on their campus. If I have R&D on this campus, they will get those 2 people that are staff and police that will be working in there. They will have their salary more than what they're supposed to have, because they will be doing those research, and then they will get more money because they still have to fund the place. So we make it much, much easier for all of us. And then we can attract those younger people and younger colleagues from running away to those industries rather than asking us. And so I'm doing it. Just give it to us. We go and make it, and make money out of it. And we can then be clapping for you, appreciating you. I mean, that is what the meaning of appreciation. We clap for that person. So when you acknowledge that person, you are just clapping. We can change those narratives and things will be better. But I can say that the product of the university are also doing well. We've been in the system for more than 42 years now, which makes it a little bit better. Although we cannot, we can still, like we said, we can still fight all those first generation university. We can say they are still living in old days. But we are at the death age, so we deal with the dead people that make it more faster for us. But in line with what the government also, the corporate that established the university has us to do, we are able to produce graduates that are acceptable in every part of the world. We don't, like I always tell the LUC people when they come, we don't really need to be looking for out of to the literacy system. In the past, we've been running as scatter. But today we don't need that. So when those people in the LUC for medicine came, before you start looking for talking about tracing system, when you get there, so start with me, I'm one of them. So you guys are able to appreciate what they also have. I will be the second alumni to become the vice chancellor of this university. We now begin to have more of us being in that position. When I became the DVC, I was also the first to be. But now, I can now start counting. At least I have to listen beside me here, who is also an alumnus of the university. Of course, the two of them, actually, we are also alumni. For the law, I'm happy to also inform you when government actually appointed 8 judges last year. 7 of them actually came from this university. And finally, all the magistrates that they can talk about in this state graduated from this university. The current head of service in the state finished from this university as well. So we tried as much as possible to keep to standard and make sure that they can compete with. For pharmacy, I give kudos to your colleagues. They've been making us proud. They are doing extremely well. In fact, we about sitting down with them to also see how we can expand the entrepreneurship aspect of pharmacy. We have all those machines there. So if a student also know how to produce those things before he leaves school, it will be easier for that student not to be looking for any job. My dear colleagues, before you go, ensure that you make yourself happy. Forget about all those stress of academics. Don't carry the thesis of any student here when as you are coming. If that has already been done, just keep it in the bag. It's an opportunity for you to also relax a little bit. Because we always do this year out. We don't really have time to relax. So when you leave that area, put the thesis inside the bag. Let it be cooling there. And enjoy the 4 days that you're supposed to have here. I'm happy that you organized the cocktail yesterday, and the dinner, that is also the well-attended day. Then please, they provide opportunity for them to also visit Olubo Rock. So let them enjoy themselves. Let's have the feeling of the state. We have all the Adire there, all the Kampalas are there. So visit all those places, and if you have the opportunity, before you leave here, you can also visit some of the areas that we have on campus to also be able to see that this is how this OOU really look like. Today, we are happy that the federal government is asking the NIMS to actually affiliate with our School of Governance that KBC, the Awujale of Ijebuland, did on his own. He gave us 3 Akure buildings. He also endowed 1 billion naira worth of professorial share in governance, and all the staff that are working there is being paid by the Awujale. And the facility that we have in that place can compete with any part of the world. Napa fund everything himself. So when the president sent the VP to come on Baba's death party, and we saw everything there, it made a pronouncement that the federal government needs to take over the place.
Wow.
You know, at least to relieve the 98-year-old man from funding those kind of things again. Baba was given the second honor award in the land, the GCO. So it's just a way of appreciating what the man is actually doing. If you get to the Jebu, he pays the salary of all the Obas. And so the Obas will tell you, Alati Baba mi Awujale, who constant to government law. So what they mean is that the alert of the money that will come from Awujale's palace is constant than the one that will come from the government. So he paid them the salary, and then he also made sure that the people are happy. You know, he put Jebu Development Fund, and so like a revolving account, and what he does is that people go there in the morning, collect money to do the business, return it back in the evening, go back the following day, and then this marijuana we are talking about 1,000 has come out from that palace for the people, for empowerment, for people to be able to feed themselves. And then there's a fish pond where they realize not less than R1 billion in a year for people that are working there. So he then felt that if government can be doing what he's doing, then the country will be better. So he then found a way of translating that idea into academics. Because I've seen it all. He was a minister at the age of 26. So he saw the country when the country was good. He's still witnessing the country when it's going down and where it is today. But he kept on saying that it's all about the leadership system, it's about the governance. But the way you look at governance is not about the president. When we were talking, I also realized that as we are going, I also realized that we as in academics, we have a long way to go. We are the one that is actually doing all this. But there's no country that will be better than the product of their university. You produce the highest skill that they can make use of. So if we're able to do what is right at the level of the university to produce a caliber of graduates that is useful in the society, then the Nigerian system will also be better. After all, among those people that will turn out, will be the ones to be the chairman, we are the ones training those that are going to train them at secondary school, train them at primary school, and those that they also make use of in those industries. So if we have not done well at the university level, then we should know that the society will also not be better for it. So at every opportunity that I have, I always propagate this because I don't believe in Japa syndrome. I have opportunity of Japa when I study over there, but I return to the country. So, and I know that all of us sitting here, we cannot also continue to be a foreigner in another country. And then when you come back, you become a foreigner in your own country. Because when you jump out now, by the time they are coming back, they become a foreigner in their country. Because they will not know what is happening in their country anymore. They will start struggling to see how they are going to do it. And what I also realize is that the people over there, will not come and develop this country for us. We have to develop it ourselves for the generation that is coming behind us. And some of us enjoy a little bit before Nigerians are coming down. But we also need to take it from there as a challenge to solve it at every point that we can do. The healthcare delivery is the only area that I believe, if we do it well, it will translate to another area. Because somebody that is not well cannot think straight to. If somebody is well, then he can think straight. He can start talking about innovation. Well, somebody that is not well, I keep on telling my colleagues, I'm a doctor. But those formulas that I'm talking about, we prescribe, give that person so drug. Do you know the compound very well than one of the pharmacists? You don't, there's no way you know. So the best thing is for us to always come together and work together for the benefit of the country. And thank you, most society, for taking time to do this.
Thank you very much, my Vice Chancellor, sir. Having heard this, sir, on this note, I want to equally invite the National Chairman of Napa, Professor Ezekiel Akikomi, to appreciate or give a response with respect to what our Vice Chancellor has given so far. Thank you.
But I appreciate what you have offered me. I just decided to leave that place to come. Because on the little speech we've heard from you, sir, it shows that you are a leader indeed. A leader with focus, a leader with vision, someone who knows what he's doing. I think our past councillor deserve and I quickly start to remember, is it not 5 years time for vice chancellorship? The vice chancellor deserves 15 years. Because each of those things you mentioned, education, employability, and be employer, each one of them take 5 years. That's why you are doing all the best you can do within the little time we have. Some people have positions for five years. They couldn't be useful more than 2 years. After 2 years, they don't know what to do again. But you see some leaders, you just know that this time he has is not enough for what he's loaded with. And I think I'm not making exaggeration. I'm really impressed. Thank you. We want to say thank you for hosting us. And on behalf of the faculty, we appreciate you once again. One or two issues that I want to raise. The first one is that, our system, pharmacy, is being regulated by both NUC and our council. The two of them are approved by government. If there's any issue, that is left to government. But presently, we know that those are the regulatory issues, bodies. One of the requirements for pharmacy education, that is, in fact, I think it's even getting to a closing stage now, is that graduate of pharmacies should now have what they call, instead of B Farm, it should be Farm D. What's the deadline for 2023? If I have not missed it, 2024. There's a little extension because of some universities like here have not really commenced. I believe that the Vice Chancellor will work on that. I don't know, but I was told that we are not yet commenced, right? By this. So maybe other details they will tell you some. So that we will not have issues with accreditation when the PCM come. I don't know when that will be, but when they come, there will be some issues as approved by government itself. Secondly, sir, there's also a need for what we call clinical supplementations. I'm so happy that you are a physician, a person with passion for this country. When you started talking about culture, It's this first month they made this call. You are really culturally situated. That's what we call clinical allowance or clinical supplementations. I believe people in pharmacy as pharmacists, we are part of the healthcare team. Maybe there are something they need to be doing, they are not yet doing, they are ready to do it, but the need for this clinical allowance. My team will give you more information on this. I don't know if it's being paid or not, but I just said that it's part of what I always say in the so that if it is being paid, we appreciate you for it, and if it is not yet there, it will be introduced as soon as possible. For what you have done, the little as you have been here, I told you sir yesterday that I was part of our criticism team that came here some time ago, so I am not too strange to this place. So we appreciate you, sir, and we are still here till tomorrow. We'll be leaving on Friday. We were thinking, I started thinking, I don't know if the vice principal can employ all of us, so that we can just be here and then be part of your staff to contribute to your business. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. We continue to appreciate Mr. Vice Chancellor, other distinguished members of the university management, distinguished members of Napa, you have come today and you have seen us, you have heard from us. On this note, we are still going to meet at the conference hall there. We'll be having group photograph immediately after the, exiting this place. Thank you on behalf of the university, under the amiable leadership of the Vice Chancellor of this great university. Like I mentioned earlier, distinguished alumnus of Olabisi Nabanjo University, an intellectual entrepreneur, and of course, a renowned citizen scholar. Thank you very much for coming, and we appreciate you. See you again.
Not in the hall. Next person. What's the next one? 052 should get ready after 052.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of the work is Quality Control and Interchangeability of Multi-Sourced olanzapine 10 milligram tablet. Cost implication in Nigeria. This work actually results from the fact that many branded products are extremely expensive. So we are trying to look at the interchangeability, which affects or cut across practically all drugs. But in this case, we are looking at olanzapine. Precisely, most of the patients that take olanzapine, most of the time, the cost implication cannot be something that is out of pocket. So, in looking at this, we look at the general situation in Nigeria, more or less that we have more mental cases now these days. Please move to the next one. So the work generally, we have the introduction, the methodology, and the results. So basically we use both pharmacopoeia and non-pharmacopoeia methods. And the method we use include the weight uniformity, hardness test, friability, thickness, and diameter test. We use Bialamas plots. We use a tested method on UV. Now, the drugs were procured from Port Harcourt, Akure, and Lagos. And we were able to get 9 different brands. And the innovator product is Zypresa. That's the innovator product. So we did the distribution test, dissolution this side. Now these are the results. We started with the price of the products. The innovator brand per tablet comes as 2,500 naira per tablet. While the other brands, the prices are 100 naira, 80 naira, even there are some 30 naira. Out of the 9 brands that we use, one is from UK, one is from Spain, one is from Bangladesh, while the rest are from India. They are Indian products. So looking at the percentage amount of drug, we use a USB standard. I'll move to the next slide. So looking at the parameters we looked at, generally all of them pass the test of thickness, diameter, weight variation. But if we look at the hardness, so brand, the first brand AAO, BTO, and the last brand IZO is the standard, is the innovator product that pass the hardness test. Then in terms of friability, all of them pass the friability test. Then looking at the acid, they all pass the acid, except the one that has no, they all pass it because we use 85 to 115, which is the USB standard. Next one. This is the profile for the dissolution. So we use this. We use the similarity and similarity factor. Looking at all the profiles there, we found that it's the only products that that can be interchanged for the innovator product is brand BTO, which fortunately is the UK Teva brand of Lanzapine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any comments, please? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, good presentation, but the slides are not clear. The front side is too small for easy visualization.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I want to ask the method of assay.
It was the UV method. It was the standardized method. With reference. No, from the previous work. No, it was yes, it was a UV assay method that had been established by previous workers. We have the reference. And that was based on this our study that we found out that it's only brand BT that can be based on the method used and the cost, because the brands that we sell with interchange is just 100 naira per tablet compared to 2,500 of
All right. I think the introduction of the issue of cost is very important. Most times when you do some of these studies, you don't introduce cost. You just say a brand A is better than brand B, and there was something funny I saw, which I think everyone saw it with me. There's this forum, African Okay. Yes, there was a forum. Somebody brought a study. Somebody brought a study, like something similar to this, and said all the paracetamol or something in any state failed. That therefore, after one of the pharmacies doing something terrible, and found out that the sampling was done in only one pharmacy, and one tablet per sample, some terrible stuff, and they now projected it to cover the whole of the area. I think such our own studies are well designed, should be more publicized to serve as a market surveillance studies. All that because that thank you. Yes, last question we have to go.
The Olanza thing, actually, I would have loved to be at the beginning of our step out. It fails. We have a lot of brands that are failing in the market. But you cannot justify it by saying Teva brand. Is Teva brand registered? Is it not registered? You understand? Yeah, it's not registered, so you can't use it as but the other brands always fail. The customers come back or the patients come back that is not working. So it's a good research work. And yes. Maybe you use a
because of the multi-sourcing and the way the companies produce from different countries under the same brand name, it doesn't extrapolate to the same quality. And from my little experience in drug quality control, I've been drug analysis and all that. It's not every time your innovator brand complies. Yes. And that's why I was asking, did you use the official method? Innovator brands are not foolproof. No, they are not. That was why I was saying that did you use the official method? It's when you use official method that you can talk. And that's why I don't like talking about it based on the innovator. No. We've seen many cases. And in fact, there was still one within the what's the name of this anti-hypertensive drug that we worked on recently. From different, the same so-called innovator company for different countries of production and different contexts. Yes, Metal Dopa, as common as it is, one of the brands, the so-called labeled innovator brand, failed woefully, less than 1% content of official method. So it's not every time the so-called labeled innovator brand. Then that's why whatever we are doing, please let's target using the official method. That's what we can speak. That's what, because this one, if you publish this one, it will raise a lot of questions. The fact that yes, the method has been validated, fine. But that method, the method has been reported. But when that method was reported, was it validated against an innovator or against the official method? So if it was so, when you are reporting, you should state that. So that it's there that whatever you are doing will carry weight in the outcome. Thank you.
Yes, it was validated against the method we used was validated against official method. Then we procured the innovator product from the company that imports from the direct producers.
One person. Okay, please. Okay, who's next? Please get ready. You may go before you start.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, there have been a couple of studies on photocatalytic degradation of olanzapine. Did you consider this as a possible reason of some of the failures that some brand may have had? Do you consider probably how these tablets were stored or handled after you got them from the different pharmacies? Was that considered in your study?
We assume that the pharmacies where we got these products, they are registered pharmacies. So we want to believe that being a registered premises, and we met them in a very good condition. How it got there, we don't know, except that of the innovator product that we know it got from the company that imports it directly.
Yeah, it makes sense because that's the condition when the customer will buy it. So we are buying what customers will buy as a market surveillance. So it makes sense that we buy it on that condition. Thank you. Next, please.
Maybe it's failing because of storage and that kind of thing.
The drug we tried comparing it with the concomitant use is from the same. And from the literature review that was done on this work, we found that this particular plant is being used as tuberculosis drug also together with some particular drug dimension. That's what I'm saying. So it's being used. And the third question.
What's the aim?
Why?
The final.
Why just
Yes, there's increase in concomitant use of herb and drug. However, there's a further study I'm currently on with my PhD which relates to herb-drug interaction, how they increase or probably decrease the pharmacokinetic profile of those orthodox or known drugs.
Yes, Professor Adepoju.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm Professor Aderonke Adepoju from the University of Lagos. There are two more important matters that you didn't do. Why? Mention them. I know you know them. Mercury and arsenide. Why?
Okay. It happened then, probably due to some factors. We were told that the lamps were not available. Then we listed it, but we had to drop it later on due to the complaint from the laboratory.
Then make sure you get as much that will carry you through the entire study. If not, you will not start seeing variations in your results and you'll be wondering how did I get here. You understand?
Thank you, everyone. I know it's not easy to pause this exciting. I don't want to stop, but we have to pause. We have to take on academic sessions now, or both, and then we will come back to continue. Please keep your seats. Nobody should take your seats, okay? Thank you. So we are going to that other down the corridor. Okay. So we'll be there for the next few minutes.
If the government do this, government do that. This is the government. The government has come. So just hold them. So you are welcome, sir. You can come here. Can you please welcome? And I think I can just try to escape from this place by giving Professor Mbeke the microphone to just take over.
Okay, so thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Okay, it's a short presentation, and I had to come physically, and there's a reason. For the past 15 days, I have not been in Lagos, and I have not been on. I've been traveling for different functions from one part of the globe to another, and I told that I will come because the LOC chairman that Dr. Milo is my classmate. So I told him that if there's nothing, I'm going to honor you by coming for this conference personally and physically. And that's the reason why I came straight from the airport. And that's why I told him, you told me I'm going to make a presentation between 11:30 and 1 p.m. If I come and you do those things that you people do, I will go back. So I'm sorry that they have moved you from one place to another. I came at the time I was given. So that's it. So let me quickly get into this presentation and yes, I don't quote colonial masters. I quote my people. So we know so much, but we are not doing anything. Okay, so let's look at collaborations. It is the sharing of knowledge, ideas, and techniques and everything. In other words, you have something I don't have. Look, if someone is working with you because he's your friend, you are in the same department, or you are in the same area, you are not collaborating. You are doing friendship. And in academia, we don't do friendship. Collaboration, there's something that I don't have, you have, and we're going to do together so that we complement. That's how to do it, okay? So that's collaboration. Now, you see these three people. This is me, this is Professor Era, and this is Professor Bini Akerele. Okay, these two professors, they followed me to this meeting of community pharmacists. It was the first time that Napa academic pharmacists said we must work together with the community pharmacists because while many of us are busy dealing with plants and powder in the laboratory, the guys in the community deal with human beings, like those in the hospital. But many of us, we don't respect them. You think that you in the university, you are professor, you are the owner of research. The truth is, if they actually understand what they are sitting on and they decide and begin to do research, you can't dare them. Because they do not need any further interpretation to talk about. In fact, their study will be clinical right from the beginning to the end. Okay, so, and that's what we wanted to get into action. We did sign a memorandum of association. Did it work? Eventually, the national chairman of community pharmacies and Sonny came to visit me in my office at Napa to see how we could operationalize it. The first thing, a Nobel laureate, if you are privileged, because if you can't be a Nobel laureate, the next best thing that can happen to you is that you ever work with a Nobel laureate, right? Because you are an associate Nobel laureate. Yes. Yes, so see, and the first thing they tell you is to make you feel that you are highly deficient, you are incomplete. Okay? Okay, so if we have time, we'll talk about that. Okay, so I'm saying that it is intentional. It is intentional because you need to get out of your space. You need to get out of your space and go to someone and say, I want us to work together. That was, I see now, see, this is 3 professors. This one, 3 professors. I'm the juniorest professor among them. Yeah, I mean, just to tell you how, if you compare me and these people, we are not comparable now. These are my teachers, okay? Okay, but I carried them. They didn't say no. They couldn't say no anyway. So I carried them and we went to meet. See the people we are signing, we signed them, they are all big farm holders. We did not say because we are professors, because Akerele was dean, because Era was, is editor-in-chief of one of the most powerful journals in Africa. We didn't say all of that. We went. It is called intentional. So you must be intentional. So if you are seated here and you don't know how to be intentional about collaboration, you haven't started yet. Okay, so attributes, what are the things that we look at? We look at shared goals. So for you to have productive collaboration, you must ensure that there's shared goals and objectives. You know, I was privileged to listen to an undergraduate or a graduating BPharm student just now who made a presentation on micro-emotions, even though he denied that his anti-inflammatory was interested in and that is not micro-emotion. But you know, and I could see things that if only his or her supervisor, if only he reached out or his supervisor reached out, there are so many things that could have easily been done. So you get to be intentional. Stop sitting down and complaining. One of the biggest areas of expertise in this country is that we all have PhD degrees in complaining. Yes, and I was discussing with my chairman outside. I said, how far with your experience as national chairman? You know, I was national chairman. I said, how far? You know, where is Aluta? Where's Aluta? You see, this man almost shocked me in Abuja when I said I'm not doing Napa chairman again. I wore white jeans, you remember? And I had to kneel down in front of everybody at the AGM that I cannot do Napa chairman again. And I was asking, what's your experience? Let me tell you, experience. It's just that they say pastors always make mistakes because they preach repentance to those that come to church. Whereas the people that they should be telling are not there. So if I start saying my mind now, you won't like it and you are not the one I should be talking to. It's those that are not there I should be talking to. So I won't say more. Okay, so there should be clear communication. There should be clear communication and you must learn to listen. Look, this is the vice chancellor of the #1 ranking university in West Africa. What is that university? Beautiful. Covenant University. Covenant University. Yes, ranked #1 in West Africa. That's the VC. This is me. See my people. Some of the people that you see with me, see them, they are also here. It is called intentional. I did not come to your university. I intentionally left Lagos drove to Ogun State in that place to say, come, let us work together. And we are the first research institute in Nigeria. And what we are doing now, wait and hear us. Okay, then I also, this person has 35 years experience as a consultant family physician at the Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital, where Professor Akamu is from. OAU, where he comes from. It's called intentional. Went to meet him. Today he's heading our clinical investigation committee. He's a medical doctor. So when they tell you medical doctors don't want to hear about traditional medicine or herbal medicine, it's not true. It is because you are staying where you are staying, not doing what you are supposed to do. To collaborate, you must step out from where you are. Okay. This is another set. This one, you can see is purely Chinese Oyibo. Chinese Oyibo. Yeah, but it's a British citizen. It's a Briton, right? Because that's where he has lived for over 30 years. And this is him in Nigeria. The first time he ever visited Africa was that he came to my lab. Because he is intentional about collaboration. So he left UK, enter aeroplane, in fact enter BA. He did not enter just this thing, he entered costly one, BA, and came. So I bought Nigerian traditional wear for him and bought cap for him too. You see? Please, can you put off this light? Is it possible to put off the light? Okay, so, good. You should make it clear. Okay, so now, what are the contexts? Let's look at some of the contexts and benefits so, business partnerships and strategic alliances are built, teamwork is built, then community-based initiatives are some of the things that we get from this. And it enhances learning and skill development. It improves problem solving and decision making. Collaboration importantly leads to better results and outcomes. It leads to better results and outcomes. It enhances learning and development. Okay, so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are 7 state-of-the-art and sophisticated equipments that there is no way this equipment would have been in Nigeria without collaboration. It's impossible that it would have been in Nigeria without collaboration, right? And undoubtedly, the biggest single grant that any scientist has won in this country, $11.6 billion US. Yes. And that's the grant that made me started talking to my employers. If you like, sack me now, and they didn't want to sack me. Yes. Yes. I said, sack me now. I told those of you who know Enzo, Stella Poli, you know she's one of the most powerful people in this country. She was chairman of board of Napa. And I said, sack me. Say, Professor Gamani, who is this little boy? Then I was not old like this. Then he said, Professor Gamani, give him query. And anybody who knows Professor Gamani knows that he's a dove. Those who know Professor Gamani know that he's a dove. Professor Gamani said, ma, please, what will be the title of the query? That was how they never made me the query. But you know why I was able to do all of this? Because I attracted, this one he was at night break before. Dr. Max. He was at night, but at the time he was there, I had not won my grant. I was writing it, but they didn't know I was writing. Yes, because I was collaborating with 22 other people from 22 countries. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, so now so imagine, for example, that your student did micro emulsion. And you just send it, you don't even go anywhere, you just send a sample to somewhere, and then they run SEM. In fact, these days, those who know SEM very well, you know, there are people who have PhD in scanning electron microscopy. Dr. Rata is one. You just look at it, there are ways to calculate and get your size from it. So you don't need to do the dynamic light scattering, which I have. And you don't need to do transmission electron microscopy. Okay? See XRD, see scanning electron microscopy, and all of that, just to tell you one of the things that, so that's how it became a multi-purpose innovative laboratory. And if only you can see these people, everybody that you see in this slide were students, postgraduate, undergraduate or postgraduate students of freshly graduating students of pharmacy that came to our lab. All of them, not a single one. The last person is, I won't call her name because some of you here know her. I want her to arrive at that place first before I say that he has come. Before I announce now, you people go and block it at the point. So she's the last person and is leaving this weekend. Everybody is doing PhD on full scholarship because they had the opportunity of working in this laboratory. See them. If it is anybody from pharmacy UI here, pharmacy UI. Okay, this lady is called Simisola Oloye. She was your best female graduate. She's in Purdue University now. I'm sure you know she was in my lab, and that's where she jumped out from. Who is from OAU? Okay. Funke he was the second best female student also from your faculty, and she's currently in Greece. Okay, they were all in my lab for their NYS. Okay. All right, so strategies. What are the strategies that I think we can use? One, set up unambiguous goals. Set up unambiguous goals. Like when I wanted to work with Professor Kamu, I called him. I said, come, you are my bestie. I'm DG now. Come, let's work. He came to my office. I told him, this is what we are going to do. This is what I want. I know that you are a powerful pharmacologist. You are very strong in this area. Oh yeah. Then I joined him with my head of research and development, Dr. Oga. And they left. They didn't do it. Okay, establishment, open communication channels, roles and responsibilities, encourage diverse perspectives. Okay, so see, when you do collaboration, stop looking for Professor Kamu and Professor Ezekiel and Professor Audu. Stop looking for how to put them together. It's not bad though, if they are in different areas. But see what I mean, and I'll show you in some of my, I hope I have it, in some of my teams. Because by the way, I tell people, and Max knows, Max who is sitting down here, who worked with us for a long time at night, knows that we will be saying that we are not using our license for practice. Some of us who are here, who are in the academia, and you are saying you are not using your license for practice, you are a big problem to this country. It is not Tinubu alone that is the problem. It is not Governor Dapo Dabiodun that is the problem. It is not Senator Yai that is the problem. It is not the VC of this university alone that is the problem. It's not the dean of the faculty alone that is the problem. It's not the head of the department alone that is the problem. Because you are the one that will still become HOD. It is from among us who will get dean. It is from among us who will get DG. I've been national chairman of Napa before now. Actually, I'm DG. It's from among us that will get VC. It's from among us that will be governor. It's from among us that will be president. So it is that your attitude of not renewing license when you were small that you will also go up there and not do. So don't insult anybody. Don't complain about anybody. We are all the same. Okay? If we do reorientation, we will become better. And this is how to do. In 2018, we proved it. Because everybody was mounting, academia and industry are not working together. I was the one that left and went and met the national chairman of industrial pharmacists. I said, come, this thing they are talking. Is our brain decayed? Let us do it. And I'm ready to use my lab to do this work. We did, and we launched in December in Ibadan. As I'm talking today, there's continuity in the industrial pharmacies because they are doing commercialization of the product. So look at, I'm trying to respond to looking at project organizing conferences and workshops together. This conference, this conference, captains of industry came in Lagos. It was the first time I entered Radisson Blue in Lagos. Yes, and it was sponsored by the industrial pharmacies, not Napa, because they have money. If you tell them to pay, they will pay. If you tell Napa to pay, they will not pay. In fact, you tell Napa people to pay so that they will do something for themselves. They will not pay. They will start speaking English. They will start interpreting secular for you. Right? Napa, professor will be interpreting secular and telling me, I'm an Abuja boy. The way you people say Lagos boys. I live in Abuja. I go to garden to eat fish with the people who write seculars. They are just ordinary. Some of them are OND and HND holders. They are the ones that wrote the secular. They have sent the secular out. Then professor of pharmacy is using his professor to interpret the secular. Prof, it is not like that. The person who wrote this secular says that. He said, no. You see, that is why I was referring to this. That in our collaboration, let us begin to also step out of the university sector. Do you understand? Go to politicians and collaborate. Go to policymakers and collaborate. Last month, on the 15th of last month, we won in our agency, and it was the third grant we are winning in 1 year. And the agency had never won any grant before I got there anyway. But last month, we got the biggest of our grants so far, $1 million US. Yes, last month. In fact, if you have eaten out of my grant money and you are from NNLD and you are here, stand up. Sit down. Yes, this is practical. It's not salary. As in, I called them and I handed over, I said, see, from that grant that I was disturbing you, see, we can't DG, did they bring for us like this? That because I work in the lab. For those who don't, I work in the lab myself. I work with them in the lab. I know they do teaching for lab. And they do science for lab. And we got grant. I called these people, gave them 100,000 naira. Yes. Bigger one is my own. So, because as they are hearing, I told them before, don't think that the whole money is for sharing. So, I mean, but meet policy. The reason I brought this example is, you see this 1 million we just won. Half of the work will be done by non-academics. Ministry of Health, NAFDAC, PCN, SON, these people at the airport who control people that enter that they will do passport. Immigration. And immigration are good for proposal. But you know, to get this done, you need, if you want to get this kind of collaboration done well and faster, you must meet the boss of that ministry. So I have to go to each ministry, meet their bosses, except the ones that are my own besties, like NAFDAC, I could just call Mama. Or PCN, I could just call Babashio, because these are my own guys. But all those other people, you go and meet them. You meet them, say, this is what we want to do. You will do. And you'll be surprised, because the people who are now reviewing your proposal, they say, God, this is good. It's covering the entire facet of life. If you see review this thing, just that it's proprietary, I know they show people. So, but I show my students actually. So now make room for community service. As part in the proposal, we wrote that we will be supporting an orphanage home. In the proposal. Okay? And we'll say the reason why we choose orphanage. So, and we did it and provide evidentiary documentation. Then See, all the people in my department at night bridge, when we got a grant, this man had left them. We got a grant. And what did I do? Whether you were part of that grant or not, I bought tickets for everybody to go to Lagos for 5 days. It was actually the proposal. For 5 days. And everybody entered. I have 2 text messages that I laminate. They are in my house and I will never forget. By 2 interns who wrote that it was the first time they ever entered aeroplane and that they are glad they did their internship with us. Yes, one of them is a lecturer at Odomegu Ojukwu University now. Okay? So see us now, see us inside water. It's just that you are not seeing it, but this thing is inside water in Lagos. Okay? Okay, so if we talk about collaboration, therefore, my friends, you should be looking at how to emphasize active listening and get feedback. Ensure that you manage all conflicts that come. Do not be discouraged, there will be, but manage it. Ensure that you celebrate all your successes and learn from your failures. And if you are the principal investigator, always lead by example. So I work in the lab. I told you we have 3 grants at NNMDA now. The earliest grant we won was from UK Health Research Institute. I called management meeting and gave everybody 20 British pound sterling. 20 multiplied by 2,000. That's what I gave everybody because it's also in my proposal. Okay? So do that so that you can foster positive and inclusive team culture. Okay? So, I mean, we don't need to say 7-point agenda, 8-point agenda. All we need is basics of what will make you succeed as a collaborator or a networker. Get out of where you are sitting. Get out of your comfort zone. Melt off your pride. Melt it off, your pride and your arrogance. Just melt it off. There's one of my professors who applied for a teaching job in a university in US. In a university in US. And I was sitting here in Nigeria. It was sent to me for review. He was my lecturer in year 2. Melt off your arrogance and your pride. Because the truth is that you don't know anything. You don't know. You know. You see that thing you know is the one you know. So okay. So now I'm done with that. But I won't sit down without telling you very briefly 2-3 things about my agency. And I don't need to burden you the fact that Nigeria is ranked 187th of 195 member states of WHO when it comes to health challenges. So if that is pass mark, tell yourself kudos. Now you have been hearing from the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, from Nigerian Medical Association, from the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. You have also heard how it is one pharmacist to 50,000 people and the japarization that is taking place and everywhere. Okay, so the challenges, no easy accessibility and all of that, we all know. We all know. Indigenous medicine, we all know too. Pharmacists know that at least 40%, because it's between 40 to 60, at least 40% of pharmaceutical products today are of natural origin. We call it indigenous medicine. My agency is an agency of indigenous medicine. We call it natural medicine, okay, which encompasses everything that is not artificial, including your faith. My agency is responsible for research and development of your faith. Yes, soon you will start hearing us. We will bring out scientific guidelines on what you should do with your faith. Because to people who are laying hands on people unnecessarily, you will prove to us. You will prove to us. Yes. So watch out for us. So that's it. So this is what we do. So this is just the background. We can and you know there's something that has been happening, and I used to criticize it. I tell people that one of my greatest fears is, because if you check internet, you see that I criticized a lot. Now, so the day the secretary to government gave me my appointment letter, he said, "We have been looking at you, everything you criticize. I give you 12 months. The way I will start criticizing you, you will run away from that job. After all, the place you are going is in debt. You know what I told SGS? I said, thank you, sir, for the opportunity to serve my country. I don't need money to do DG. I said, when I start, money will do for me. Money, no, they do for me now. They do for me. It's not, for your information, my budget is 300 million naira. My grant that I said just now is how much? How much in naira? How much of Nigerian budget? So do you think I will not steal government money? Then it means I don't have head. See, on this project, for example, I was telling Professor Kone that I'm actually in dilemma. Because there's something I did. Even Professor Aina, I've told Aina now. I've told Professor Aina, I have 3 postgraduate students in my proposal that I submitted.
You've done Japan.
No, not Japan now. If it's Japan, no problem. I didn't put anybody's name now. You know you don't put people's names. But look at what happened. You know the standard there is monthly stipend is $2,000 US. That's how I went and put so that they can reduce it. They did not reduce it. How much is $2,000 US? How much is it? 3.something million every month for a PhD student. Me, that is DG. How much is my own monthly salary? I told Professor Aina, I'm looking for somebody that I know very well so that I will tell him or her. See, listen to me. I'm doing open disclaimer, confession, everything you like, call it now. If I engage you, I will tell you how much I will give you. It's not your proposal. Before you come and say you are entitled to 3.6 million naira, I will tell you I want to pay you 500,000 naira, which is still more than professor's salary. Don't collect, you go. So, you see this thing I'm telling you, many will not talk. Me, I dey talk. Who know me know that I dey talk. Chairman knows. Let's say I dey talk. Because when I talk it like that, you can no longer fight because I said it and I'm doing it. And it's my own. Yes? If you pay you, go and do your own. Okay, now, there is this thing that we usually quote in science and pharmacy. We say 80% of the people say, 80% of people in developing countries, 80% of people in Africa, they use traditional medicine, they use traditional medicine. Since that time of 1970 something when we were not born, we have been quoting that thing. We will not do fresh one to update that percentage, whether it's low now or it's higher. First 3 months of becoming DG, we did a study. And we did very small sample size, by 100%. We did not sample. We took all the people, civil servants in federal secretariat. Do you know what we got? 97%. Yes, not 80%. 97% say they prefer to imported medicine. That's the data I'm showing you here. Okay? Okay, so what do we do at LLMDA? I've told you what we do. So we are a multidisciplinary agency. In my agency, we employ sociologists. We employ BK, people read BK. Anything you read, you are qualified to work with us. Did you hear what I said? So, for your information, before I got to that agency, there was only 2 pharmacies. And that agency was not doing internship. I started it. Yes. Okay, so we do farm to pharmacy, and we do farm to export. No time to explain all of that. We do all of this in terms of pharmaceutical analysis, and then when you do some of these things well, some of these people, they will talk to you. You know, even if people say that you are arrogant, you are stubborn, you don't talk to people and kneel down, they will still not bother because you are giving results. This is my minister. My minister is called Chief Uche Nnaji, one of the sweetest men I have found on earth. And he came, I told him, usually agencies, when you are inviting minister, you budget for it. 1 naira I did not have actually, because if I had, I would have done. And I told Oga, sir, I don't have to look at my budget. Me, and they have done before I came. But We have done some work because I went to the lab myself with my people to do this work. We did not need to employ people. Before I came, lecturers from Unilag, from OAU, from Ibadan, from all of you, some of them are seated here. They were the ones that was collecting money from the agency and doing research. Then the research is the one their students are doing. Then when they do, they will send typed, what we call processed data. They will send it to the agency. Why the real thing that makes it real, they will not, but I will not call them because I have reconciled with all of them. And I have banned that method of a contract. Okay, so now, the way we do our research is, you want to work with us, we will engage you, you will work, you will write proposal. I told Akamu to write proposal. I told Professor Akamu you will write proposal. Where is that my other friend from Unilag who met me today that I said he should write proposal? We are meeting for a day, I've never met her, but I told her, write your proposal. Yes, you write because to get a fellowship, to go anywhere outside this country, you must write proposal. So why is our own paying you? Do you understand? Rocco, stand up. This is my postdoc, the first foreign postdoc that any academic institution is getting in this century. This is our postdoc. He is finishing in the next 2 months, and because he stayed with us these past 10 months, his proposal for fellowship in Pakistan has just passed, and he's moving from my lab to Karachi. Yeah, so this is how we rock where we are. Thank you very much. But see, I have it. I wanted to tell you, look at the kind of the way we do team. See this, you see the whole of this. This is one team. In this team, 1, 2, 3, we are 4 Africans. Every other person is in different parts of the world. Now, there's what you call proof of concept. First of all, you write a publication to show that you are actually together. And all of this. So that's how we do, and that's how we run. Thank you, and I'm sorry for moving you from here to here or disorganizing you. I did not know that I have to move from one class to another. I'm sorry for taking up to 20 minutes.
You need water. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it all. Can we please give him another round? After hearing Professor Odegi, if you are not angry, then something is definitely wrong. Either you are angry for him or against him. There must be some kind of anger, which is what we need. We need it. I'm going to allow only 3 people to make comments. Only 3 people. Yeah.
We don't want your
Professor, come on. 1. Okay. All the people that want to make comments, raise your hand or question. Okay. You are already 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then we go to make it stop. I'm going to say something to you because the way it started, it threw a challenge to me. I was talking about what was ongoing, the collaboration with community farmers. You know what happened? After he left and my Oga here took over, there was a gap. The chairman of FCPN rotated out. And that set of people came in. I'm going to rotate out too. It's not a lifetime of this. So this new set of people that came in could not continue. So, but I know that there has been something. So for 1 year, I was on the neck of the new chairman, my prince, Professor Wale Aladibolu. I was on his neck. We need to continue this thing. So after 1 year, he bowed down to my prayer. I said, going to raise money with his people. That is people, there are so many things they were doing SCPN to put this one there again. But we need to continue this thing. So he came on with a topic. and then we put it on the platform, on our platform, that ACPN Napa collaboration, analysis of a particular drug. Dr. Mba is one of the applicants, if you remember. The thing was on our platform. I said, members, send it to your different branches for about more than 2 months for people to apply. At the end, only 4 people applied. Only 4 people. Now, we set up a committee, 4 professors, to do the review of those 4 people. Professor at 90 years is the chairman. That's Professor was in 2023 to review. I want to be very frank. So, now to make it easier, so that people will not say, we don't know how to do it. Okay, use that font format, which I think every academy should do. There's no new format. Just use that font. It's to make it simple. Did you know that since here, out of those 4 people, the number of people that follow Tedford, because they sent a copy to me, Tedford, even to apply, to use the format, about 2 of the people out of 4 did not use Tedford format. It automatically disqualified. But we did not disqualify them based on that. We still reviewed all of them. 4 professors. I am not one of them. Now, we got the best, this and that. Something that I normally do, I always check capitation. So, after all the review and all the analysis, I supposed to have even checked capitation. These people are our members. Because once you are not, your project, your business already disqualified. It was after I put them to work, because I was always troubling Professor Aina. After I put them to work, that I now went to get capitation. My dear people of God, the person that got the best price has not paid capitation for the last 5 years. 5 good years. You see? How do you want me to give that person a grant?
Other people's money.
You see, that day, I must tell you I cried. Because I know the pressure I was giving one. Let us continue this collaboration. He too was pressuring his own people, and they released millions of naira. The grant was supposed to be for 2 million, but I started discussing with you because people were saying 2 million is too small, and so I was making underneath before I got that one, so I know I will get it underneath arrangement so that the money can be raised up. The first person that had the best proposal that followed, just one of the reasons why he was the best was because he followed the guidelines, and they reviewed all of them. That prof is here. I won't mention other profs. I was thinking of the pressure I give this young woman and the other professors to who do the review. Failed. The second one, out of 5 years capitation, he paid only 2. That was why I did not talk about one again. Yes, what am I going to say? Because we were there for 3 years. The result came around there. I can't remember it, this year. I think around there. Yes. This is our picture. That's what we have. Somebody was asking yesterday, after Professor they could make it, what is Napa doing? You come back and say Napa is not doing anything. What are you doing for yourself? I just give you an example of the way we like. We have PhD incomplete. If I'm sorry if I want to look like sound like him, but this has been the experience. I cannot go on and on because we're saying, what is your experience like? I can't go on and on and on. I cried that day. I said, so how am I going to face this person again? How am I going to start another discussion with him? How am I going to encourage somebody that is going after me to start a discussion? That's the end. We have lost that chance. But we can think about it. But you can, if you understand what I've just mentioned, because I was on his neck. For it's because we have some relationship. Because he said his neck, we not because they are doing this, they are doing that. I said, please, you must continue this work. Let me stop there. That is what we are doing. And you have seen the way we are. May God help us. Let us sit down and do something. Let us go and sit down and do something. Start writing proposal. If you write a proposal today and you say, Chairman, I want you to link me, I will quickly run to him. Me, I don't know people. He knows people. I have so many people that know people. He is government. I told his government. And we have Professor Akamu here. We have Professor Fake here. I have so many people I can run to. And even council meeting that we go, chairmen don't come where we discuss issues that will benefit the members. They don't come to council. That's our problem.
And to me, he has really dealt with the issues thoroughly. And I believe strongly every one of us has benefited from what he has said. And to me, that's the way out and the way we have to go as individual and collectively as the Napa members, because it will really help us to move forward and be able to get the benefits from research output, because the essence of research is not just paperwork or publications. The best thing that we can do is how our research can benefit the society, and that's the best way we can do it. I have to stand up because we are close friends and we've been together since 1991 to 1992. And to be honest with you, I was really happy when he was appointed DG of the organization, which I believe strongly will help the organization to move forward and be able to get the best out of that system. And he also shared with me his vision, which personally I agree with. Unfortunately for us, we fix so many times. I have to say this so that because he has mentioned something related to that. I'm not part of the professor that were benefiting from what was, because you mentioned where you, I was not part of that. So I was not part of that. However, he now shared the vision of what he is saying now that by the time you write proposal, you can contribute to that, and the organization, the agency can also see how they can bring something out of it. Unfortunately, from what he said, you have to reach out. It's not you that have to stay in your group. And he can confess that 3 times I attempted to see him in Lagos. Leaving effect, come to Lagos. Unfortunately, we were able to see at the 3rd attempt. And when we met, we had good discussion. Unfortunately for me, the way I understood then that all the information that was given, since he has the staff within that agency, is the staff that will reach out to me to now say this is how we are going to go and be able to have a clear cut. And I was waiting for that until the last December. He now called me. Where is it? I said, I've not seen your people. That's total honesty. Everybody that knows me that I'm a go-getter and I go for things, and no assignment given to me. If you give me assignment, go and sleep for 100%, you will get your results. But unfortunately, that did not work. And unfortunately, that day we chatted. I was really tense up, and immediately I replied when I said, I've not got any information back from your people. And that was what I was waiting for. Already, I've got my team ready. I've told them. So, but I needed a guideline from your own side, since it's the person inside that place, to now work together, which was not forthcoming. That what really happened. You can see, I asked them, I didn't have any clear-cut documentation, but you thought I was talking until I have a paper written engaging you. That's not my stand. But I needed that thing. We are going to, and fortunately you have mentioned in your lecture managing the crisis or managing the conflict. And today we are going to manage that crisis, conflict, and resolve it. Thank you very much. And I must say that the lecture has been excellent, and every one of us has benefited from it, and we should go out and make use of those things we have learned from it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Go and work with somebody you don't understand. Go and work with somebody that you don't understand.
I just want to make some very clear statements. It takes one of you home to let you know there is a hidden treasure somewhere. And that's what we've done for us today. Right? This agency it was not established 5 years ago. Fine.
Almost 30 years.
Thank you very much. Yes. And you mentioned there were just 2 pharmacies when you got there. It takes you. It has taken you a pharmacist, more so a Napa member, to know that there is an agency in Nigeria that as a right should be where Napa members go to seek information and work. Thank you very much. God, we bless you for that. Thank you very much.
Amen. And my own MC, who is the next one now? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Stanley. I want to thank our prof for this lecture. Honestly, for this conference, there's nothing I can take from here. I'm taking away your lecture. I've gotten a new impetus, a new ginger to go out and see what I can do to collaborate with other people. And I know that when we come knocking on your door,
yes,
you will open the door against us.
Thank
you very much.
You don't need to knock any door. I will give you his number.
You don't collect.
Professor Martin's energy is, I see him and I call him a trailblazer. The man that's always shake everywhere, both online and offline. And I think we are also... Anyway, Professor Martins, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, but I want to just ask you just a simple question and make a quick comments based on what you said. I saw the list of equipment you got from your grant, including a scanning electron microscope and so on and so forth. Are there these facilities? Are they available on ground? Where are they? Can we access them through such collaboration? Because it's very important. Then secondly, Prof, in my university I have been a very strong ASU activist. I say ASU, yes. And I bring color of a pharmacy into ASU. I led the university, my local branch of ASU, to know that pharmacy can move mountain. Correct. And we say that in some of the allowances, especially this end academic allowance, I happen to be one of the committee of it in my university. Yes. And the issue of argument on professional allowance came, I think, two payments that was made before my travel for my postdoc. Yes. And I argued. Okay. Let me summarize. So, sir, what I'm saying is that the issue of renewing license by the younger ones or people trying to decline on license. I think people are looking at seeing the benefits of what the license are getting them or giving them from academics. And the pharmacy profession, especially the elders, really need to rethink on how to encourage the younger ones to progress and succeed through this pharmacy profession. Thank you very much.
You have not been encouraged now. Are you saying you have not been encouraged?
See, the The grant that resulted in this 7 state-of-the-art equipment, I got it while at Napa. I wrote that proposal for 2 years with my colleagues, like I showed. Many people don't even know about it, okay? But you know, before then, I had also won several grants, including the one you saw that I took people to Lagos in the aeroplane, right? And those grants were called, you know, there are some grants that they fund that they will put the money directly in your personal domiciliary account. We call it self-grants. Then there are grants that they will never agree to put in your, it is institutional. So they will put it in the institution's account. Now, such grants, when you are leaving the system, everything that you bought in that grant remains in that system. Like as I was coming to NNMDA, every fund that is in my own personal domiciliary account as a result of grant came with me. So my projects go on. But if you bought equipment, which is one of the things I also wanted to do for my institution, get equipment for the institution as part of the grant. You know that if you are an ambitious person, you will leave. And when you leave, it's no longer under your control, right? In fact, there are people that may start saying, it's not your own, it's not your own, because they don't even understand what grant is. Some people will tell you, like I have heard, people saying, and this happens a lot now, which is one of the things that discourage people. I've heard people, if you ask Professor Babalola of Chrisland University of what happened to the McCarthy grant that he got for the drug manufacturing unit. Yes, it's institutional. Yes, I mean, there is no, who is institution a person? Does institution write proposal?
No, but I'm sorry.
No, say it. So that we educate ourselves. Okay, I thought you are trying to say it's not for her, that is for the institution. No. Because the principal investigator of every proposal is the owner of the grant. Yes. Okay.
When that grant was written by Professor Babalola and others,
yes,
she was the peer.
Good.
The agreement was that after 5 years, the equipment or the center will revert back to the faculty.
Okay.
So it is not personal. I know it was written by people and she was the principal investigator, but that was the agreement reached by MacArthur. I mean, that was the condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whether there's agreement or there's no agreement, if you bought any facility that is not an expendable in a grant, is for the institution. Yes. Regardless of which faculty is going, okay? But the owner of the grant is the principal investigator, okay? Yes. So it's important for us to know that, because it's also one of the areas of conflict. Areas of conflict. So, but what I tell people is, if the principal investigator of a grant was your problem, once he leave, write and get, let's see. There's no point saying, it's not his own, it's not her own. Go and write your own. That's how to do it, okay? So I'm addressing this because I showed you how many scholars, how many students, how many pharmacists, and about 18 that went through that center and are all doing PhD, fully sponsored in abroad now. And there are many of you scientists who worked with us. We had publications, we had patents, who worked with us. Because one of the things I did not do, because when I treat the SOP for that lab, there will be no receiver of sample to do analysis for you. No. You will send a proposal of the work you want to do, and we will do it as a team. Oh yes. Yes, if you want to send sample to be analyzed, look for a technologist in a place they pay money and they do analysis. Me, pure scientist, professor, I will not collect money to do analysis. We are in the team, you understand? So, but that is what, watch out how we also build NNMDA now. Because we are building sophisticated equipment again there. I'm going to build that place and move on to another place. Yes, okay? So, they are available. Finally, on professional allowance, let me say this because I was Napa chairman. Today, pharmacists at Napa are talking of professional allowance. I was Napa chairman. And let me say this, I was Asuri chairman of my research institute. We were collecting research institute salary. I, as Asuri chairman in 2009, fought to get our all Napa people moved to COMHES. COMHES is called Consolidated Health Salary Scale. So as a professor in Nightbridge, my salary is 2 times more than a professor in the university. 2 times. So if you are collecting 400 and I was collecting 800, find out. That's what we do. We no talk, but not so. I think I was actually the only person who went to say it openly on this man's salary when he was at Nightbridge was bigger than what he's collecting in a UNN now. Yes. Isn't it met? So, but the reason Napa did not get is because of Napa. It's because of the problem that the national chairman has explained. It is the problem of Napa. At the time Napa now wants to move to, because when I suggested COMHES, all of you say, no, our salary scale is called University Academic Salary Scale. I said, look at this one. You are proud. You are proud of your scale that is not entering your pocket. Some professors told me that we heard that in the research institute you retire at 65, but we are retiring at 70. How do we settle that? I vex. I said, I know they do this thing for these people again, because me, I was already collecting COMHES. Then after I left office, I went and did calculation of my 5 years salary in Nightbridge as a professor, then 10 years salary with you going to become 70 years old before you retire. 12 million and 6 million, what's the difference? Then how many people are sure that there will be 70 years? What if you die at 50 or 60?
Hey, somebody will say it's come by force in Jesus' name. It is well. You know, when he was talking of when they saw, are we together, people of God? Are we together, people of Napa? When my friend Google was talking about Professor Allowance, I said, you have started another story. Because if I want to start my own story now, they will pity me. So that is it. This is Professor Beke's number. I want to call his number now. 0812 175 0855 0812 175 0855 0812 081 okay 081 081 2175 081 2175 0855. That is it. When you call, it's one. But because it's always may not pick the call, because we know, send the text, send the WhatsApp, I can assure you 100% he will attend to you. So whenever you put WhatsApp, send the WhatsApp, just put it there and the Napa member. After introducing, I'm a Napa member. He is totally committed to Napa, and he is been doing. You have seen the evidence. We are very grateful, sir. Thank you very, very much, and thank you for igniting us. How many of us will write a grant, a proposal before the end of this year? If all of us, either you're going to pass or fail, right? So that's what you are taking out of this. We really appreciate you, sir. Now, food is ready. Next. And we are going to the second.
Take us through this important topic. We are going to briefly look at building a sustainable journal to global standard. My name is Emmanuel C. Ibezim. I I've edited so many journals. I had once been an editor-in-chief for Nigerian Journal of Pharmaceutical Research, that is Napa Journal. And I currently edit one journal, JOFAS, Journal of Pharmaceutical and Allied Sciences. It has been on since 2003, and it has been published uninterrupted for these 21 years. So I'm talking from experience, what it takes to really build a journal to global standard. Next slide. By way of introduction, we all know what a journal is, but I have to recapitulate. So in research, a journal is any scholarly publication that has articles written by scholars, research scholars, and usually journals focus on a particular topic. It is different from newspapers and magazines that talk about everything at the same time. Journals pick a particular topic or a particular area and concentrate on that. That's why you have Journal of Pharmacology, and it's just dealing with pharmacology. Journal of Pharmaceutics deals with pharmaceutics. So it is specific, Next slide. So let me take you through some historical briefs. The first academic journal that was ever published is Journal de Scavans. It was published in 1665. So we were not born by then. Yeah, that's a sample of the journal by the right. The contrast is not too wonderful, but that's a sample of the journal. Quickly, it was followed by the Philosophical Transactions. That's another journal published by the Royal Society of Chemistry in March 1665. And then we have the Memoir de Academia des Sciences, 1666, a year later. But the first fully peer-reviewed journal, full-fledged journal, was the Medical Essays and Observations, published in 1733. Next slide. I mentioned Philosophical Transactions, but it actually was the longest running scientific journal. That is, it has spanned for a very long time, and it is the longest so far. It is still in existence. It was started in 1665, as we said, by Henry Oldenburg, who was the secretary of the Royal Society of Chemistry and acted as the first publisher of that journal and the first editor. Currently, globally, we have more than 30,000 academic journals around the whole world. But this is expected to grow because the growth rate is now increasing, especially with the upsurge in ICT. Next slide. So what are the most popular journals? It's important to know some of these so that it will lead us to where we are going to. There are two rankings. One is the most published, the journal with the most published articles, and then the other one is the ranking based on the most cited articles. So these ones are the journals, the first 10, the best 10 journals based on the number of articles published. So we have the Social Media and Society, that's the first one, International Journal of Communication, Computers in Human Behavior, Journal of Marketing Management, International Journal of Advertising, New Media and Society, Frontiers in Psychology, Public Relations Review, Communication and Society, SPEN, and International Journal of Environmental Sciences. Next slide. Then this is the categorization based on the most cited articles. The first in that list is International Journal of Advertising. Actually, some of the journals here also featured in the other one, but the arrangement changed. So we have Computers in Human Behavior as the next most popular journal. Then Social Media and Society, Public Relations Review, Media International Australia, New Media and Society, Frontiers in Psychology, Journal of Marketing Management, International Journal of Information, and International Journal of Communication. Next slide. These are the top 10 medical journals with their impact factors. We have the Cancer Journal of Clinicians, is the best of the medical journals with an impact factor of 158.5. And when you look at such impact factors, you wonder, some of the ones we have here that managed to get 0 points, and we clap for them. So, followed by Lancet, 168.9, the New England Journal of Medicine, 158.5, JAMA, that's Journal of the American Medical Association, 120.7, the Nature Reviews Drug Discovery, 120.1, Nature Reviews Molecular Cell Biology, 112.7, British Medical Journal, 105.7, Nature Reviews Immunology, 100.3, World Psychiatry, 73.3, and Lancet Psychiatry. Like in my university where the journal impact factor counts a lot in the calculation of your total scores. And I'm sure it is the same with other universities. So if you manage to publish one article in Cancer Journal for Clinicians, that one alone is enough to give you professorship. So that is it. The first 10 topmost medical journals. Next one. Then these are the top 20 pharmacy journals, pharmacy specific. We have the Nature Reviews Drug Discovery 122.7, Pharmacological Reviews 15.3, Drug Resistance Updates 15.8, Advanced Drug Delivery Reviews 15.2, Acta Pharmaceutical Seneca B 14.7, Trends in Pharmacological Sciences 13.9, Drugs 13.0, Pharmacology and Therapeutics 12.0, Annual Review of Pharmacology and Toxicology 11.2, and Medicinal Research Reviews 10.9. The importance of this again is you can select one of them. The previous speaker said there is no harm in trying. You can select one of them and attempt. You may be surprised. You will hit it. That's the first step. Next slide. It continues. Asian Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Journal of Controlled Release, Pharmacological Research, CNS Drugs, Biomedicine and Pharmacotherapy, Archives of Pharmacal Research, Acta Pharmacological Seneca, British Journal of Pharmacology, Phytomedicine, and International Journal of Nanomedicine. These are the first 20 in ranking pharmacy journals. Next slide. Now let me quickly talk about the modest effort here in Africa, because I was just looking at all those high ranking journals to see if there's anyone there that is from our continent. I didn't see. So there is the African Journals Online that has come up to see if we can improve the standing, the visibility of our African journals. So it is important for us to know about it. I'm happy the 2 journals I'm associated with are all enlisted in the African Journals Online. That's Journal of Pharmaceutical and Life Sciences that I currently edit. And then our own Napa journal, Nigerian Journal of Pharmaceutical Research, is also enlisted in African Journals Online. This African Journals Online is an NGO. There's an overlap. There is an NGO based in Grahamstown, South Africa. And it was actually an initiative of ENASP. ENASP is based in Oxford. But they felt that there is need to have something in Africa. So they collaborated and established these African Journals Online. Next slide. So AJOL, as it's shortly called, has over 802 peer-reviewed journals from 39 African countries in this database. The website receives about 100,000 visits every month from more than 190 countries of the world. Like I said earlier, it was initiated in 1998 by ENAS, International Network for the Availability of Scientific Publications. It's a charitable organization based in Oxford. AJOL, as a body, is supported, partly funded by Ford Foundation and by ENAS itself. Then, when you publish in AJOL, they also charge some costs. So they also get sponsorship from the little charges they append to their publications. Next slide. So these are some of the journal search engines, because sometimes you may not know which journal to publish your work. There are some search engines that will help you in publishing or in searching out the journals we have. We have the PubMed, we have the Science Direct, we have ResearchGate, we have Semantic Scholar, Web of Science, Directory of Open Access Journal, DOAJ, Journal Storage, Jester, Public Library of Science Plus, Wolfram Alpha, Worldwide Science, and Science.gov. So once you get into any of these search engines, you can search around any type of journal globally. Next slide. Okay, the list continues. ISEEK, RXIV, Google Scholar Base, ERIC, Core, Explore, John, RefSeek, Scopus. These are all search engines. Some universities subscribe to them, so you can, go into your university. Next slide. Then, we may need to talk again a little about journal ranking, because every journal should be ranked. And we have mentioned some of the high-ranking journals. So what are the ranking bodies? We have the Thomson Reuters, and then the Thomson Reuters Web of Science, WS, was formerly Institute for Scientific Information, ISI. So sometimes we see some of these things, we don't know what they mean. But it is important to explain them while we are talking about our topic. Right, then we have the Journal Citation Reports, JCR, is owned by Clarivet. Actually, Clarivet took over Thomson Reuters, the way they do their things. People submerge others and take over. So Clarivet took over Thomson Reuters. So the Journal Citation Reports are some of the rankings done by Clarivet. So among them, we have the Science Citation Index, SCI. You have Science Citation Index Expanded Journal List, SCIE, expanded or extended. Some people will say extended, but it is broader than SCI. Then we have the Social Sciences Citation Index, SSCI. So these are all under Thomson Reuters and Clarivet. Now we have Scopus as another ranking body. Scopus is there. Then Schemago is basing its assessment on Scopus data. So sometimes you see Scopus, Schemago. So Schemago Journal Rank, SJR, is based on Scopus data. Then still under Scopus, we have Skival, Plum X Matrix, owned by Elsevier. So all these ones come under Schemago, and they derive their data from Scopus. Then we have SNP, Source Normalized Impact Paper. My university, they use Thomson Reuters, Scopus, Schemago, and SNP. So if you are going to professorship, you must get at least 8 papers from these 3. If you don't have up to it, and you must be first author in about 3 or 4 or half of it. So if you don't have that, you don't dream of promotion. Now some universities may have different requirements. Then we have ABDC Journal Ranking List, ERA 2015, Insight. These are all ranking bodies. Next slide. So, our topic now. building a sustainable journal to international standard. There are some important facts to note. One is that many journals that started well have folded. I have been an editor, and I told you that the journal I started in 2003 is still active. In fact, it has published the second issue for the year, and is preparing to publish the third issue. Now, ask me whether it has been pleasant, and I'll tell you never. Because you stay awake till 3, 5, now people will be calling you, when is it coming out? And so on. So, but many that started have folded, that's the truth. Many robust journals have nosedived in standard. They started well with high standard, but because of the demands and attractions and temptations, we may talk about that if you have time. They have nosedived in their standards. The many journals that were indexed have lost their indexing. Many journals that were ranked have also lost their rankings or have dropped in the rankings. I know that there were some journals we published in some years back. They had high rankings and we were using them for promotion. But if you now go to them, the ranking is no more there, or it has fallen down. So these are some important facts to note. Next slide. Important considerations in starting and sustaining a standard journal. Like I said, journal publishing and sustenance is not like we are eating rice and bread for those that get in the morning, or butter added to it. No. There are some things you need. One of them is determination. You must be determined. Come rain, come shine. Come problem, come difficulty. Come discouragement, come whatever. You will continue. And you will continue. The next one is discipline. There is a great deal of discipline required in sustaining, especially sustaining. In terms of starting, anybody can say, want to start, you start. But sustaining, a lot of disciplines, a lot of standards to be kept, a lot of things to avoid, a lot of things to make sure you don't get into, because once you get into that, you will kill the journal. You will brutally murder the journal. Then the place of transparency is very important. Transparency to yourself, transparency to your subscribers, transparency to your owners, depending on the status of the journal. But transparency is inevitable. Then there's the place of sacrifice and diligence. You must. In journal sustenance, for instance, the editor-in-chief or whoever is charged with that responsibility has to be online all the time. Somebody say, I sent the journal, I sent the paper yesterday. You have not acknowledged. Up till now, you have not acknowledged. Sent yesterday. And you know that an average academic, has a lot of mails inflowing, both in WhatsApp, all those apps. And you have to check all of them every day. And then somebody submitted yesterday, I said, up to today, you have not yet acknowledged. Now, it requires a lot of discipline, a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice, sleep. Sometimes you will be editing. Some people you don't even understand what they are writing. I'm going to come to that, because you don't also say, I don't understand what this person is writing about. Then, sometimes you shouldn't do that. All right, there's also the place of finance. Journal publication and sustenance requires money, and you must be ready to cope with that. Next. Okay, so let's look at some practical steps towards building a sustainable journal of global standard. The first one is you must put in place a comprehensive peer review mechanism. You cannot do it alone. Our people used to say in Igbo, Agwo ofu onye ahụ. Who is for Igbo language? Agbo Ofonya Huru, what? Then I will interpret it. When one person sees a snake, no matter how tiny, and he's the only one that saw it, and you ask him, hey, what did you see? What did you see? I saw one big snake. Especially women, they will exaggerate it. I saw one big snake. But if there were two persons that saw the snake, you can't tell such lies or make such exaggerations. So 2 eyes are always better than 1. 2 heads are always better than 1. And when they have to try, you have an excellent view. So peer review is very important. Make sure the journal is subjected to peer review. There are some journals, you just send them paper today, tomorrow it is accepted. Next tomorrow is published. Nobody takes time to look at it. That is not helping the author, that is not helping the journal. So there must be thorough peer review mechanism for your journal if it has to be sustainable. Now the next one is online hosting and online visibility. There are so many journals in Nigeria. If you look at the statistics I gave, these were statistics of foreign bodies, foreign journals, and maybe slightly in Africa. But I tried to look at the statistics for Nigeria. I couldn't find any. Because most of the journals are not online. And you get those statistics from online analysis. So your key objective is to make sure that that journal is hosted online. So you create a website, either a journal website, journal-specific website, or you can go through Azure. We have talked about Azure can help you, sandwich you in their own website so that you'll be getting visibility. This visibility is important for patronage, because for people to know you are, they have to see you. And when they are not seeing you, they cannot patronize you. So number 3 is that journal has to have wide editorial coverage. It's not just enough a journal based in OOU, for instance. Your editor-in-chief, OOU. Your scientific editor, OOU. Your technical editor, OAU. Your managing editor, Unilag. Such journal, you know that it is going to start and end here. So as much as possible, you have to spread your editorial board across the globe. Get some people from Asia, people from Europe, people from the United States, the Americas, in fact. So it is a very important consideration. When journals are asking for ranking, they want to know the spread of your editorial board. Then you have to get a wide patronage. I've told you that when it is only people from your university that are publishing in the journal, then there's a big problem. It cannot go to international standard. Then you have to have a sound ethical policy. Every journal is expected to have an ethical policy. And there's a body, Committee on Publication Ethics. So that journal has to be listed in COPE, as it is called, so that you follow the ethical considerations for journal publication. My journal is enlisted with COPE. I also encourage our own journal to exploit COPE membership. Then we talk about indexing the journal with any of the ones I've mentioned: Scopus, Simago, Thomson Reuters, Web of Science. You have to apply. It doesn't just come to you. You have to apply either to Thomson Reuters or to Scopus. You apply. Then they will ask you some questions, ask you to fill some information. Then they will investigate. When you tell them that it is peer reviewed, they will tell you to give them some addresses or contacts of some of the people that have reviewed your journal in the last 3 years or the last 1 year, as the case may be. Then they will contact those people to make sure that they actually review the journal. So you have to apply, because once your journal is indexed in any of these frontline indexing bodies, the visibility and the patronage would greatly increase. The last edition of our journal, I pushed it into the Napa platform. People were now asking me, is the journal in this? Is the journal in this? That kind of a thing. I told them, we are in this too, but not in these standard ones. So when you hit any of these standard indexing bodies, the sky will be your limit. Then regular and consistent publications. It takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of sacrifice. If you say you are publishing 3 times a year, maintain it. If you cannot, increase it, but don't go below. Be regular and be consistent. Next slide. Join international publication associations where you discuss with other international editors. World Association of Medical Editors, I was once a member, in fact a director there. So the first time I was appointed a director, we had our first meeting in Houston, Texas. And I was face to face with all these world renowned editors, you know. They were sharing their experiences, what happens over there, and I was sharing the experiences of what happens here. So join such places, Council for Scientific Editors, you know, get integrated in what is happening over there to also help you. Then maintain your stated regularity, I've already said it. Institutionalize the journal, don't build it around one person. This is important. So that if anything happens to that one person, the journal will not die. Let it be a journal that can stand on its own. If one person is looked for, the next person will seamlessly take over. Let it not rotate around one person. Very important. Then why not lowering standards, avoid high mortality of submissions. Some journals are known for rejecting anything. Little mistake by the author, you reject. Before you know it, you have rejected everything. So there are some things you have to, you know, give room for improvement, give room for consideration, you know, for the author, so that they will be encouraged to continue to publish. Next, create a reliable online submission platform. Because some people will be asking, why do you submit the article? How do I submit the article? Don't give them that impression. Give them how to submit online so that the submission exercise will be effortless. Then fasten your response rates. Once somebody submits, quickly acknowledge. Once it is published, quickly inform. You know, be up to date in your responses. Then avoid delays in reviews. When you give out the papers for review, follow them up. Don't just give them and dump them. Many of the people that are reviewing for you are reviewing for other journals, and they are very busy. So you need to give them reminders, constant. So I don't keep journals with you, submissions with you forever. Then make your charges moderate. Money is important, but don't make it your primary consideration. Next slide. Challenges on the way. There are obviously challenges. The first one is lack of relevant information. Thank God for the organizers of the conference that felt it was necessary for me to share this. I'm sure some of us are learning for the first time. Some of the things you have not heard before. So lack of information is one challenge. The other one is lack of skilled manpower for editing and uploading. Most people are not well equipped. They are not skilled enough to undertake what is involved in journal publication and management. And those that are skilled and equipped are not chanced. And it's a big challenge. The lack of internet connectivity. Like when we went to Aguiwoye, I tried to connect, no connection. I came out, no connection. I went inside, no connection. When you have an emergency, and there was an emergency actually, what will you do? You have to wait until you have come out to Shagam to do it. So lack of internet connectivity. Then paucity of funds for hosting and for maintaining website. I opened one website for my journal, and then I didn't know actually. If I had known, I would have paid. I used a lot of money to open it. So without knowing that it is time to renew it, because every year you have to renew. I didn't know it was time. So by the time I now realized it was time, they say it was late. I said, what does that mean? I have the money, but I cannot renew. They say it was late until maybe next year again. So funding is important in hosting and maintaining website. Then lack of commitment, discipline, disposition to regularly remain online and update information. I've already said it. It requires some people, set of persons that are committed to it, so that we will constantly and consistently respond to requests and information search online. Then inability to attract international subscribers, because no matter the way you look at it, some of these international scientists and researchers are not seriously interested in what we are doing, except to convince them and explain. So it's a problem, because some of these indexing bodies want to know how many foreign authors subscribe to your journal, how many papers from outside your country have been published in the journal. It carries a lot of marks. Now, absence of thoroughness in review, I've already said it. Some people, because they want to finish and get the money, they don't review anything. Once you submit, they will just upload it like that. Then, desire for quick financial enrichment. That one is also there. I published one article last year with one journal. They said, I'm a member of the editorial board. I said, well, they said, okay, submit one article so that we can publish. I said, yes. I managed to write one. The next minute, they have published it. It was a short communication. So, the story didn't end there. After about 1 week, the lady now started bombarding me. The cost of the publication, rest say $200. I said, but we didn't talk about publication costs. Say, no, that they cannot take it to. I said, what do you want to do? I don't have $200. So what do you want me to do? You didn't talk about it. You just said I should contribute. I contribute. But you are the one that should pay me. It was a talk of war. But I was insistent because I saw that as trying to cheat in Nigeria. Is it easy? From there, you want to cheat in Nigeria. And they have started asking for more submissions from me. You think I will publish again in that journal? Never. Next slide. I'm concluding. Conclusion. Very few journals in Nigeria and indeed Africa are globally visible and ranked. A lot of factors, we have seen some of them, are responsible for this, including poor online visibility, low research outputs, poor research facilities, poor funding, and so on. This problem can be solved if there is concerted determination and efforts to address it headlong. Where there is a will, there will surely be a way. Napa, are we ready? Thank you very much.
This has been interesting. Now, we have with the scholar, the editor-in-chief of Professor Epo Modernity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to go briefly over our own experience in Nigerian Journal of Mathematical Research, which it was for my editor. We inherited Nigerian Journal of Mathematical Research, Napa Journal, in 2014. That would be 10 years ago. And it was at a doldrums because of the problem of it was following the secretariat about. And as we said, sometimes the secretariats are not so keen on operating the journal, or don't have enough people to do it, or people don't have the time. So it was decided in 2014 at the Zaria conference that the next host should host it for 5 years to give it a sort of stability. So that's where we came in. And then the editor-in-chief then was Professor J.O. Moody. So he called some of us together to help in facilitating the journal. And then the model we chose to operate was, it was not a profit-making venture. So it was more of a service to the association, and that's what we followed. And that's really helped, because if we are to charge money according to the demands of the work, the journal will have been charging maybe 40,000 from then on. So we are charging 10,000 at the beginning, basic running cost, and that's really helped in stabilizing the journal. So we did that for almost 5 years before we had to increase it to 20,000. Currently, it's 30,000 as of yesterday. We have not met to determine the one for today. So, as I said, our model was wanted to be non-profit making, but we wanted to be self-sustaining, and that's what we did. So in 2016, we started. We had a website developed for the journal, and that can increase the visibility substantially. So we can access it online anywhere in the world most of the time. Then also, previous to us, we are already linked with Agile, as President was saying. But as we said, the publication was inconsistent. Sometimes, I think after volume 3 or 4, there was nothing. Then volume 5, then maybe one article. Then next volume, because people there wanted to publish a lot, you can have maybe 20 or 30 articles at once, 7 authors, the same author having 7 publications. So that was the problem we had, and we could not apply to any indexing body based on that. So we tried to at least maintain some standards. So we had the journal, we had the website in 2016, and then we increased the publication rate from 1 issue per year to 2 issues per year. That's what we have maintained till about 3 or 4 years ago, when we tried to start a conference issue. So from this conference, the abstract we have accepted, you can decide to submit your article, which will be published at a reduced rate compared to the normal rate. So our challenges have been, one, that of money, because we don't pay our reviewers and we don't pay our editors. So people have been doing it willingly. Okay, some of them were here earlier. Professor Fakeye was here, editorial associate, Professor Adisa, Professor Elifi Oye before she left us, Dr. Thomas, and one other person was, yes, Badejo was one of our editorial associates. So they work selflessly, and most of our people, because a major aspect of a good journal is that of the reviewers. You can promise we publish every other week, and the reviewer said they will not submit what you have sent to them. What will you do? So virtually, I think most of the people here have approached at one time or the other. Please help us review, or else, and they have always responded. So that has been of help. So when we write to you, we say, I don't even ask for consent. I will send the article to you. Then after, give you 2 weeks. I know you will not respond in 2 weeks, but I will give you 2 weeks. Then after 2 weeks, send a reminder. Most times, by 4th or 6th week, get our article, get our reviews in. So, what do we envisage? Yes, in terms of indexing, it is indexed with Google Index, there's Google Scholar, AJOB, African Medicals, Index Medicals, Society of African Editors, which I joined by force, and a few others. We tried to join PubMed. When they gave us the list of things we needed to do, I said the next editor will be able to do that. But one of the things that we asked was that of consistency in publishing, and that we have maintained over the last 10 years by the grace of the Lord. So we have not missed any issue yet. So we hope that will be carried over. That will be carried on by the next set of people. Then, what other issue do we need to address? Yes, the issue of scope. I think knowing the reason, the philosophy behind us is first to make the work of our local researchers, to give them publicity. Our intent is not to attract people from outside. If they can, they should come. So that also affected our review process. When you send an article to us, our intention is not to reject. So find a way to improve it until it is publishable. That's why you can find some people, they submitted in January and they don't get published in December. It has gone through, we have sent it back to them, we insisted on doing the wrong thing, we will not reject it because you are our members. So we send it back to you, then you send it back, we pray for you, we send it back to you until our rejection rate is very low. There are some things that we cannot even process. So that one is very easy. Just send it back. We are very sorry, and we are very nice.
That's not rejection.
It's not even rejection. It's, we are giving you an opportunity to publish with us next time, not this time. So it has been a very good experience for us, and we hope that it will be improved on in the coming years. So that has been our experience. Thank you.
Can you please appreciate Professor Denny? These are the one people sustaining Napa. Because when you sustain the journal, we call it official organ of Napa. He's been there and he served wonderfully. Please, just one thing. How many of us here have reviewed for our journal? They have reviewed for our journal. So many, only few and I'm saying here. Okay. Many, you see, how many of us didn't know that we have journal until now? Can you move your hand? You didn't know that we have journal until now. Well, I still saw some hands up anyway. That means that maybe it's because of you that you have this. Now, one or two comments. This time around, I'm going to be very strict. 3 people maximum. The first 1, 2, 3. No comment? Okay. We are expecting in absentia. Please, can you appreciate Professor Mundi? He's not here. Let us. And all the people that come from here, Dr. Adibolago, he will deliver our message that we want to say, we don't have millions to give, but we appreciate all you have. In fact, this last 10 years, continuously publishing, defending our journal past 10 years is amazing. Because before, Napa journal was so moribund because of this movement from one place to another. And you are, in fact, when we are doing our AGM, we appreciate you again. So, but it's going to move to next, another branch very soon. Thank God we have a hand of Vice Chairman UNA.
Thank you so much. Other bodies that it has been indexed. So I don't know whether you can give us that information. The DOI is here available, and there indexing bodies we have actually indexed the journals. Thank you.
Let me ask my own question. Maybe you can attend it all. Well, there's an emerging issue of journal publishing outlets reaching themselves.
Yes, the issuing body and everything, but Agile keeps us free. So what we do is when we have a list of publications ready, we send it to them, they attach the DOI to it, and then it's out. So I think that for the past 3-4 years, all our at the back issues also have been now have DOI numbers, even back issues. That's for the DOI. What else? Are we making money? Yes, we are making money, but we are spending money. For instance, this we have to we do publish hard copies also because some schools demand hard copies, especially for accreditation and for promotion. Why a school should demand for hard copy for promotion in 2024? I don't know. Oh, can you hear me? I don't know.
Because they are old.
How much are you paying? So we try to produce at least some copies. Our team is here. We produce some copies of some hard copies, but it's getting very expensive. For instance, this year we made up for the last volume. That's last year. So we produced 2 issues per volume. We don't add the conference to it, or it's like 2 bulky. So that was 330,000 naira for 30 copies. So if you want to get a copy, you have to pay 11,000 cost. And then when people ask us for them, we ask them to pay 15,000. And we do the postage also, because it's still our people that are doing it. So we don't make money. For the online hosting, we have to pay 230,000 naira per year. It was much cheaper prior to no, it's a particular person. Prior to Professor Tinubu. Before his administration, it was much lower, but now it's about, we have to pay 230,000 naira. So we are barely breaking even. I said, our saving grace is that we don't pay anybody any overhead. And even in UI now, my chairman can testify. We don't even have an office. So an office is when you see the editor-in-chief or you see the assistant, so as the office going, following. So that costs a lot of our costs, and that's why we have been able to stay afloat. Indexing body, I mentioned them, School Scholar, Ajo, African Medicals, etc., but none of the major ones yet, because we don't have the financial capacity. And it takes time to build a record of consistency that you have to submit, part of the things you have to submit. Finally, about enriching, those people that are making money are the big ones, Sylvia, etc. So until we decide to publish more with us rather than them, it's up to you. Pay thousands of dollars instead of paying 40,000 or 1,000 out to us. It's your choice.
Prof, please give Professor Aderonke.
Creative journals because of our junior ones. Thank you.
Creative journal. Please address just to,
Predating journals.
Okay, the issue of predatory journals is a major problem because people will sit down and look at journals that are frontline. People publish, they charge so much. They give them page number, volume, and everything, but that is not reflected in the original journal. Sometimes they get away with it, but some institutions have mechanisms of finding out which journals are predating which one, and they try to exclude them from their assessment processes. So predatory journal is a problem, there exists. Then the issue of journals enriching themselves at the expense of the researchers or contributors, it depends on individual journals. Even here we are, some husbands enrich themselves at the expense of their wives. This enrichment is individual based. Some wives enrich themselves at the expense of their husbands, but you cannot say all husbands do that. So some journals actually charge excessively, and because you have to publish, especially the ones that have high ranking factors, because you have to publish, you pay. My university, people have to contribute. You have to collect about 10 authors so that you can pay the bill for just one publication. And at the end, the journal smiles home with a live song while the researchers are crying. So it happens, but it is not universal to all journals.
So what is the way out? Let us patronize our own journal. Please, let us patronize. You are the other microphone. Please, help me. Those of us, please, let's continue. The only way we can get out of those people is to make our own tool international. Although we are international, let's start patronizing. But before you know it, our rank also will we go up. And especially it is our home. Before you think of any other journal, I have published here separately. Before you think of any other journal, please consider Napa journal. I want you to take that message home. Because if we don't patronize ourselves, we are going to do it. Thank you. And there's over the years, because in this report each year, I've always been giving reports. So, and that update is given us now. Professor, final comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
We have a faculty journal since 2004 at the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And I want to say that apart from what he has listed here, if you want to start a journal, I think that's the aim of this. It may be in your faculty. There are trainings by AJOL, and for some of us that are on the editorial board of that journal, we have engaged in that training for about 3 years, and they keep on sending us this. So we must learn how to go about this. On these predatory journals, most of them are these Asian and this thing. And if you are not careful, we've had some journals from there that actually copied all the results. What they did was just to change the name of the gum, but everything is the same. So we have to be careful. So that is why it is good for you to go on AJOL, because that will help you, because it will give your paper, your journal, greater credibility. And also about this impact factor for promotion journals. You see, academics are the greatest enemies of themselves. It is academics that decide what you need for your promotion. And I want to challenge the senior academics here. That when you start saying your colleagues, you know what they are aiming, they have to publish these high impact factor journals. They need these things. Where would they get the money? And to my mind, there was a time I spoke in our Senate that why don't we patronize, because to me there's more credibility in our local journals in Nigeria than those ones that you can't see, and they keep on saying it's predatory journal, it doesn't have high impact factor or what. Why don't we use the one we have? And I think that was why AJOL came on board, in order to help African journal houses, so that we now have our own, because to subscribe to these Scopus and all this, look at the kind of hurdles they have put on our way. They don't want us to develop. And even those high impact journals, somebody alluded to that, there has been a lot of withdrawal because they are just plagiarizing themselves, changing, even in nature. Are you aware of that? Have you heard of that news? So don't mind them. They call themselves 300 impacts. They are just plagiarizing key results. So what we are doing, be confident of what you are doing. So let us help each other to grow. I think that is more important than looking up to these people that, to my mind, they just want to pull us down and make us feel. There was a journal. Let me give you this story, sir. There was a journal from Europe, one from Australia, we want to mention its name. So I wanted to submit. I had gone to one of the European countries for a conference. So when I came back, I was energized. Okay, see my paper. So to upload it, because the first process for journal processing is there should be a means of right from there to edit, so that you don't waste people's time by sending them papers that will not even go through. Did you follow your format and all that? That should take place first. But they have their online submission. So when I submitted, they typed the title, so the next page came out. Where was this work carried out? I now said Nigeria. Okay, submit. When I submitted, the next thing that will come is that, sorry, you cannot publish this. They have not even seen the paper. So you can see that they are already biased against what you are going to say. But I didn't mean that I did the lab work somewhere, okay, then they will start engaging with me. Let us develop confidence in ourselves. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Can we please appreciate all? If you don't notice it, notice it now. So OOU at the manufacturing water for Napa. Please clap for OOU. We will, as we are running with next 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes will be to present one of our sponsors, AB Pharmaceuticals. They are good. Okay. Then there is a questionnaire going around for one of our colleagues. Dr. Sunday, please, let's quickly fill it for our colleagues. You need to collect it as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay, information on our excursion tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your meal. You're welcome once more. Yes, I want to give us highlights on some of the other programs that we'll hold tomorrow. The first one is the excursion. We'll be going to Abeokuta, Olumoro. So if you want to join that group, it will be 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then you have to pay 5,000 naira to an account that I earlier on sent to the group. Then the second one is the, and there's a Napa t-shirt for the excursion that will cost just 6K. Then there's a closing dinner for tomorrow too, and the time is, I think it's 5 p.m. and then we are just going to take a little token from you of about 5,000 naira. The account number is also 5 p.m. And the elders. So you just send the details of your payment to the number that is indicated on the group. I welcome you once more, and God bless you.
This morning I had a private discussion with Dr. Amy Tagia, who is chairman. I will be attending conferences, we attended conferences severally. Dinner is part and parcel of conference. I stand to be, except for
you are collaborating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying.
That is okay.
That's
okay. Can you let me just respond? Let me respond. Now, thank you. You are listening publicly. We have discussed this thing at length. It's not just that we didn't want to give dinner. Anywhere they do conference, dinner is not free. Please note it. I'm going to explain. I am going to explain now.
I'm from SCPN. I'm just joining now. Every dinner you pay for. It's not compulsory. It's either you are there or you are not. Dinner is paid for. You are paid for your annual dues for the year. You understand? You have been getting meals from here. So for it to be a part of the dinner, you pay, whether it's SPN, whether it's PSN, whatever it is, you pay for it.
Thank you very much. I spoke my mind. As of today, PSN dinner is not free.
Yes.
I'm a member of NEC.
Yes,
it's not free. So now what happens if you eat dinner free? Let me tell you what happens. Somebody sponsored it. Last year when we were at Lorry, there's this company, I'm going to be open. There's this company in Kwara State, Lorry, Peace Pharmaceuticals. Those of us that are at Lorry, we did our dinner inside his compound. We did the AGM inside the compound. When we went to him, I was with the team that went to him to beg. Normally when I went to people, when I immediately started, they would say come back. So this time around when we went back, I said, exactly what we will do now, because most people that say come back, they will never respond again. And the man gave us money. He gave us, if you check the publication for last year program, gave us money, gave us dinner, and gave us the hall. So if you eat dinner last year, you think it is free. It is not from Napa Post. And I explained to the people that are there. So what we work towards with our people here is that they should get sponsored. And all of us know what the country is saying. They did every effort. They were not able to get sponsored this year. And that is why we are paying. And even the 6,000 or whatever they said they are paying, I can tell you that Napa has subsidized it. Because if you want to eat one meal at that hotel now, you know how much it is. I want to give you standard. So again, the dinner is not compulsory. It was mentioned yesterday that our decision by today will let us know whether either we have dinner or not. In 2022 conference in Wuyi, there was no dinner.
Yes.
There was no dinner. As I'm seeing here, and people that are there, it's because we did not get sponsored too. But last year, we were able to get sponsored. The man was so nice to us. Gave us his hotel free. And I can't tell all the work to get that. So that idea that dinner is free, forget it. It's never free for any conference. If you eat it free, somebody, and before somebody sponsor it, some people have worked for it. That is it. Now, if you have been following our platform, the person who is been saying 10 days to go, 4 days to go, 3 days to go, this is the woman. Please clap for her. So that's our publicity secretary. We have done well. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Akiyemi Akinteya and I represent LB Pharma Nigeria Limited. I want to thank you for graciously extending some of your time to us this afternoon. I should have this presentation, but because we are pressed for time, I will just skip a number of those slides. Yes, very good. I'll just skip a number of those slides. You know, LB Pharma over the years were only indigenous company, and because of the trust of healthcare professionals like you, we have come to be tested and trusted with our flagship brand, Amatem Softgel. Next slide, please. So I would be basically looking at how to help our aged age gracefully. And of course, we know what nutrition is, the intake of food considered in relation to body needs. And the truth is, the world population is aging. I didn't know this until a few months ago too. We have more older people in the world now than we had a decade ago. And so it means that people are living much longer, and then as they live much longer, while we are happy for this, those of us who are parents, we are happy our parents are around us for a lot more time, this also poses a risk. And that's because the increasing longevity is now creating a challenge, and these segments of the population are now vulnerable to malnutrition. The next slide, please. And the rapid globalization of the society also introduced with it all multiple forms of malnutrition, especially in the most fragile populations like old people that I talked about. Next slide, please. And of course, we know that nutritional compromises in the elderly patients predisposes to multiple comorbidities. And now when we talk about the elderly, we are not talking about those who are hospitalized alone. We're also talking about those who we see and perceive to be agile, to be healthy, and all of that. And of course, because of these multiple comorbidities that they are at risk of, it leads to a vicious cycle. And so because there's nutrient depletion, bacteria and all sorts of pathogens begin to play holes. They have more resources, as it were, to thrive and to in that host, and then that person comes down with diseases, and then all of that cycle is being repeated again and again. And you see malnutrition manifesting as weight loss, obesity, or even as severe as clinical deficiencies due to micronutrient loss. We have a relationship, of course, between poverty and malnutrition. That's established. It's a no-brainer to talk about that again. We cannot emphasize that older persons are vulnerable to malnutrition due to sociologic, physiologic, and anatomical changes that occur along the aging chain. The next slide, please. And of course, we also have what we call drug-induced nutrient depletion in the elderly. Because some of them already have comorbidities, they have drugs that they should be on for a long period of time, or that they have been on for a long period of time. They have a number of nutrients also being depleted. And then, what's the case? Are multivitamins, do they actually play a role? Worldwide, multivitamin deficiencies play primarily a etiological role in global disease burden. This is established, and vitamins are also among the factors that influence the quality of life of these old people, people. We have also found out that the lack of vitamins can have a significant role in creating physical, mental, and mental disorders, exacerbating symptoms, and also improving the ability to improve mental illnesses, and that introduces us to diabetes man and woman 50 plus. You know, LB for amatem subject. LB has now started to play in the nutraceutical space, and we have these multivitamins carefully crafted for our aged population. Diabetic man and woman 50, this is woman 50 plus, supporting menopausal health, giving high support to these patients, to this elderly, and also antioxidant support. And we have it also for the people aged 70 and above. Next slide, please. Same for the man. It's not good to favor the female gender and also not do something for the men. So we have diabetic man 50 plus that helps increase energy release for our men, helps support their post-treat health, and also their eye, their vision support. Same also for the diabetes man 70 plus. Thank you very much. I know that we are professionals. Thank you, sir. We are professionals. I would like us, even in the academia, as a person, I'm sure many of us are approaching, or if not have hit that age already, 50 and above, you can stop by at our stand, get some of these products, and then recommend it as often as you can. Thank you very much, sir.
Because you try to keep to time, I'm buying one product immediately.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, no question. If you have any question, you can see.
Yeah, you can see us as our staff. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, if you check the time now, this is 4:21. This conference is scheduled to end by 5 normally. So that means we still have about 30 minutes to do our presentation today. Eh? We are finishing 7. Okay.
This morning, briefly, after his presentation for 5 minutes, we'll stretch our legs, then we take few, after that we take the break, and we go back to our different, what do you call it, the 2 groups. We take some few presentations and we'll close for the day. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, my very distinguished colleagues. I greet my chairman and the distinguished professors here present and my colleague. Thank you for the privilege given me to do this presentation. I think it's coming at the right time when we've just had Professor Martins talk about collaboration. And this presentation is one of the results of our collaboration with a herbal producer, Mojaga Internationals Limited. We were invited to this company some 2 years ago, and they showed us a liquid product that's in the market, which is already listed by NAFDAC and is currently being sold for treatment of anemia. And research has been done on it, and recently a phase 2 clinical trial was conducted on the product in 3 hospitals in the eastern part of Nigeria. This product has a unique rate of improving blood cells, red blood cells, and boosting PCV. From the study carried out in the clinical trials, it increased PCV 5 times faster than regular blood builder. So when we were consulted, we helped to improve the product to this present form, which it is. It's now more stable, safety and efficacy is there. Today's study, we had presented earlier the formulation of capsules because the liquid has certain limitations. It's bulky, the dosage regime is high, it's 50 mils BD, and then you cannot even export it. So they invited us to collaborate with them. And the collaboration has led to the production of tea bag. This tea bag is currently being sent to NAFDAC for registration. We've presented the result for the capsules earlier, and this presentation is for the tea bag, this tea bag that we have. We did certain studies. I want to, since the slides are not coming up, it's a combination of 3 plants, sorghum bicolor, Penicetum, Opurium, and furthermore, something striking came up in the course of our investigation, which is in the result. And that is the fact that using hot water to extract it reduced the antioxidant property. When we use cold water, refrigerated water at 8 degrees centigrade, we had the highest antioxidant property. Then we also did it with thyme. In fact, when the result came out, we were shocked. We didn't believe it because it is not the expected result. We repeated this experiment over and over using different systems, different equipment, and we got the same result. That's why we repeated it with frap test, and we got the same result. So I'm happy to announce that, yes, we have a product here that can serve as a very useful tea for management of anemia. And from the study earlier carried out on the liquid, it has been established that it increases red blood cells at least 5 times faster than conventional blood builders. Thank you very much.
Question. Thank you.
The tea and the cold water. Yes. Now, after extracting it, cold water, can we warm it? For somebody like that, can't drink cold tea.
Okay. This is the difficult part of the study. It is the outcome of our investigation in the laboratory. We are still trying to see how to manage this new challenge because most people prefer to take tea hot. I'm just reporting our laboratory investigation. And it also confirmed, the owner of the company confirmed that yes, one of the plants is not, the way it is used in the traditional setting, where it was originally, they don't subject it to one of the components to heat. That is when it's mostly effective. But of course, to extract it in this form and preserve it in this form is subjected to heat. This one is still effective, but the investigation showed that cold extraction had higher antioxidant power. So that is just the challenge. But if we still choose to heat it, we'll still get result. But it may not be as high as if we extract that particular one cold. So eventually we'll come up with a new formulation that will factor that into its component. Thank you.
That is another research.
Yes, it's another research.
Thank you.
Please permit me to demonstrate my product.
Do you say you are going to give each person
I can
this
read
one?
this for you. I'm not sure.
For those of us on the table, this one for us. Abi? So we are going straight to our anemia antioxidant.
Is the best. Currently, the Association of Sickle Cell of Nigeria, they receive samples, supplies from the company. The company is based in Benin, and they supply them, Abuja, Benin, and other environments. Yes, I can.
Napa chairman, all the Napa chairman here.
All forms of
Napa chairman here. Come and get some.
Please, bring the carton. You can find more, just type.
First come, first serve.
There are publications. There are still more. Please, bring the carton. Now, work on this is published in plus one journal. Alright? And some other journals. Sir? Cost is 3,000 from the factory. Yes?
Are you buying for the
I said so.
Having it free?
Yes. I'm giving you free. Well, for someone like me, I finish a bottle at once. I'm drinking one already. It's very safe.
Collection of serum, while the organs homogenate were also obtained. On the serum,
fasting blood glucose level, the lipid profile parameters were evaluated. Also, under the liver and the kidney homogenates, the antioxidant enzymes were evaluated. Results. This table shows the results of the alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase inhibitory activity. These two enzymes are involved in carbohydrate metabolism. And then the alpha amylase breaks the complex starch into shorter chains of oligosaccharide, while the alpha glucosidase breaks it down into simpler glucose units. So inhibition of these enzymes will definitely reduce the level of the glucose in the blood, and this is what we have here. This shows the high C50 values of the extract for the alpha amylase and alpha glucosidase, also for the acarbose, which is the standard drugs used for this particular acid. So, but with this, the extract shows activity, but not as much as we have with acarbose. This shows the table for the blood glucose and the lipid profile parameters. For the blood glucose, the diabetic control group shows a higher glucose level than the normal one compared with the normal control, which signifies that there is hypoglycemia, while treatment with the extract and the standard drug significantly reduced the glucose level. Then the total cholesterol, which is a lipid that increases the risk of heart disease and stroke, shows to be high in diabetic control because it's one of the complications of diabetes. So it is high in diabetic control group compared with the normal control, which shows that there is increased level. One treatment with the extract and the standard drug significantly brought down the level of total cholesterol. The HDL cholesterol, this is a good cholesterol that helps to remove the LDL cholesterol from the circulation, and this reduces the chances of atherosclerosis. So this is expected to be reduced in diabetic control, which signifies that the animals are diabetic, while treatment with the extract significantly increase it. Then the LDL cholesterol, which is known to reduce the blood flow, is high in the diabetic control when compared with the normal control, while treatment with the extract significantly reduced the glucose level. The effect of this extract seems to be dose dependent. Then the triglyceride, this is a form of energy that is being stored, and it is released when it is needed. So triglyceride level is high in diabetic control, while treatment with the extract significantly reduces the next slide. This shows the slide for the antioxidant enzymes, the level of the antioxidant enzymes. The antioxidant enzymes are required to scavenge the free radicals. So the first column here shows for lipid peroxidation. In the diabetic control, the level is high, which signifies that there is high level of free radicals in the system when compared with the normal control, while treatment reduces this. So catalase, GSH, and SOD are antioxidant enzymes that scavenge the free radicals that are present. So the extract significantly increase the levels of these antioxidant enzymes when compared with the control. So the same we have for, this is for the liver, the next slide is for the result of the kidney. And it's also, to the next slide. So in summary, treatment with these extracts reduce significantly blood glucose level, total cholesterol, low density lipoprotein, and other when compared with the control. And the extract also increase the HDL level and the antioxidant enzymes that are required. So with this, we can say that the extract, in conclusion, methanol extract of caprylurea lutein inhibits digestive enzymes and prevent dyslipidemia and oxidative stress in nicotinamide streptozotocin induced type 2 diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Questions or comments? No questions?
The effects of caprylurea lutein on the effect of caprylurea lutein on digestive enzymes and then its prevention of dyslipidemia together with oxidative stress.
So is that what you
No, the title.
Okay, caprylurea lutein G-DON inhibits digestive enzymes and prevents dyslipidemia and oxidative stress in nicotinamide streptozotocin induced type 2 diabetes in Western rats.
What you mentioned earlier, effects of
When you ask for the, so we can just try to summarize it. But this
You
is
have
the
made
result
your
captured.
results. You have made your results to be
The title.
the title. You understand?
Okay.
Do you understand what they're saying?
This academia. Okay.
Just what you have presented is the results. And the title.
Okay. Noted. Noted. Thank you.
Yes.
Why did you choose Mr. Ras? The Sinkai declaration now is alleged Abbas. It's Abbas. It's not really, it does not subscribe. But due to the use of Mr. Ras or animals, it's being discouraged and rather we go for lower animals, lower insects like no, like this fly.
So the what
Drosophila,
Drosophila.
The second, yes, we are taking on the first issue. Then the third issue is this. We were looking at dyslipidemia and oxidative stress. You centered on that dyslipidemia and oxidative stress. In diabetes, I thought we should be looking at glucose and looking at yes, no, but I'm going somewhere else. We should be looking at glucose and the effect on HbA1c to show the prolonged effect of 90 days, effect on red blood, on RBCs. For a diabetic product, that should be our very good yardstick of assessment. Glycated hemoglobin.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, that will be noted for further study, and it's also looking at another mechanism of action by which the extract will have been able to reduce the glucose level.
And HbA1c be measured in Mr. Ras.
The blood sample.
Yeah, the blood sample.
The blood sample,
The blood sample is just because the lifespan of red blood cells is about 90 days. So we're trying to look at the adherence, the effect over time in the patients.
It depends on the
like
models that you want to use.
Like a preliminary study to see if the extract has an effect.
Clinical pharmacy, I'm more interested.
I
know.
Just to see if it will have effects on, this is just 2-week study, before we now subject to the long-term,
How many
2 weeks.
rats will start at
And
each of the control?
how many rats do you use?
Any equal to 7.
5.
Only?
Five animals in each group.
Well, can you go to that slide?
Let me see. It should be 7. It should be 7. It should be N equals to 7. N equals to 7.
Only?
7 animals in a group. Per group.
7 times 4, 28.
Then I have for controls.
I
obtained ethical approval.
When
no, sir. No, sir. So I will not record any death throughout the course of the study.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Daniel.
Please, what informed your choice of the optimal structural model rather than high-fat diet structural model?
Thank you, sir. For type 2 diabetes, there are different models. And for each of those models, it has what is being targeted. For this particular model, STZ-NAD is going to give us type 2 diabetes with insulin resistance.
I think I like his question.
Yes. There are different models. I know we have STZ only, we have Alloxan only, so we have different models. This is just one of it.
She has answered this. I mean the person that has the question, has he answered your? Yes. Any other question?
But there's a general concern. It is being agreed now that when you are diabetic and when you are comorbid. Good.
What's the name?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akitunde Robia. I'm Akitunde Robia.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
I'm here to present on the research work titled
I'm sorry, I want to ask.
Who is the principal investigator?
So that there's no mix-up in the...
No, there's no plagiarism. I can do that. The principal investigator. The principal investigator.
Okay,
no,
not
not
the
the
principal.
It's one of our project students. We work with our project students.
No. I know what I'm talking about. Okay. You know, we're doing assessments. And we're not writing the title of the presentation. We're just writing the name of presenter. So we need to ascertain that is the gossip. By the time we call that, the other one is your name on that one. No. Okay, so that we know the problem. Okay, what's the number of this presentation? Maybe that will help us.
11 pages.
So can you help us to check the number so that we put the number at the back?
No, the number is the research. The number, what's the exact number? Inflammatory
And the first name with this one? 96. Okay, this one 64. Thank you. Okay, you can do your presentation now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akitunde Robia, and I'm here to present the research on titled Evaluation of in vitro antioxidant and anti-inflammatory activities of methanol extract of Napa, latifolia, Icacia, tricanta, Omylum almeri, and Absentia africana leaves. Inflammation represents a fundamental biological process and it stands at the foreground of the onset of many acute and chronic conditions. That is, it is involved in the disease process of many conditions. Oxidative stress occurs when there is an imbalance between antioxidants and free radicals, and this usually leads to self-damage. Oxidative stress and inflammation play major roles in the onset of many chronic and degenerative conditions such as cancer, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, neurological disease, and so on. It is a broad task to target inflammation. This is because it involves many mediators that are involved. Many mediators are involved in the onset of clinical conditions. Rationale. Debilitating disease, that is, disease that weakens the body, such as atherosclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, diabetes, and even cancer. They are the biggest pharmacological causes of today. And the use of medicinal plants and medicine still represents a large source of natural antioxidants, which might serve as lead for the development of new drugs. Hence, the aim of this study is to evaluate the in vitro antioxidants and anti-inflammatory activities of methanol extract of Napa, latifolia, Icacia tricanta, Omylum almeri, and Absentia africana leaves. The methods that were employed during this research work are as follows. Maceration method of extraction was employed to obtain our extract from the plant leaves. And for the in vitro antioxidant assay, GPPH, Bluetooth connected, 2,2-diphenyl 2-picohydrazine, and FRAP, which is ferric reducing antioxidant potential, was employed for the in vitro antioxidant activity. And for the in vitro anti-inflammatory activity, albumin denaturation assay and proteinase inhibitory action was employed as well. At the end of the research work, the results that was obtained are represented as follows. Table 1 is showing to us the effect of our 4 extracts on the protein denaturation inhibition. What is the relationship between protein denaturation and inflammation? Protein denaturation produces necrosis, which is accompanied by inflammation. So we want to check the percentage at which our extracts can inhibit this protein inhibition. As it's shown on the table, it was observed that our extracts were able to inhibit protein denaturation at the highest concentration, which is 2,000 microgram per ml. And these values obtained, they are similar to that of aspirin, which serves as the standard drugs. Table 2 is showing us the effect of our extract on proteinase inhibitory action. Proteinase, the relationship between proteinase and inflammation is that proteinase, also known as purchases, it produces inflammation by regulating the expression and the activity of pro-inflammatory cytokines, chemokines, and other immune components. So the ability at which, I think the percentage at which our extracts can inhibit this proteinase action, so there won't be inflammation, are illustrated on this, shown on this table, and so it's observed that the 4 different extracts, the extract were able to obtain this activity, this maximum activity at the highest concentration, which is 2000 microgram per ml, which is also similar to that of the aspirin standard drug used. This is a bar chart showing us the DPPH antioxidant activity of the plant extract and of that of ascorbic acid. On the y-axis, we have IC50. IC50 is half maximum inhibitory concentration. It usually measures drugs efficacy and it indicates the amount of drugs that are. It indicates the amount of drugs that inhibits biological process by half. So this chart is actually showing to us and one thing you should notice is that the higher the IC value, the lower the activity, the lower the IC50 value, the higher the antioxidant activity. As seen on the bar chart, ascorbic acid has the lowest IC50. That means it has the highest antioxidant activity. Our maternal extract for Dabacha latifolia and maternal extract for Humalium almeri also has, compared to others, has a lower IC50 value. Next slide. And this graph shows us the reducing power antioxidant ferric activity. Reducing power antioxidant activity of maternal extract from plant and ascorbic acid used as a standard drug. Which is FRAP. FRAP helps to measures the reduction in ferric ion to ferrous, Fe3 plus to Fe2 plus. So this graph is showing on the y-axis is the OD values, the optical density values, and x-axis is the concentration. It was observed that the higher the concentration, the higher the OD values of each of the maternal extracts, but not as high as that of ascorbic acid. In conclusion, maternal extract of Humalium almeri and maternal extract of Dabacha latifolia display a significant antioxidant activity, and all of the 4 extracts they exhibit a promising anti-inflammatory activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the beautiful presentation. My question is the way, I don't know, I'm not a pharmacologist, but the way people use significant, did you carry out any statistical analysis to show that something is significant? Because you mentioned significant. I know it's a very, very important word in so significant antioxidant property. How? Any statistical analysis to show that you compare. You use, it's not reflecting. You didn't show us any test now. If you use students' test, you didn't.
To show whether it's statistically significant or not.
Because you mentioned significance.
Okay.
It's not on your graph.
It's not there. That's why you are being asked.
So what's the test? What's the test that you use?
How did you carry it?
How many parameters? What is the test?
No, it's not a statistical.
No. Any other question? Any other question?
So are you saying that these two out of the 4 are the ones that have the antioxidant activity? Don't have. The 2, these are the ones that have significant ones.
Well, any other comment?
Then again,
there is one graph, there is one bar chart. Yes, look at this bar chart. I don't see anything significant.
Any significant? That's why I was asking.
Especially between MDGLL and
MET.
they are always significant.
Ascorbic acid.
So when you compare it, and you compare it, they are not even close to ascorbic acid.
By far. So in that sense, how can you cannot recommend this plant extract because we have it's not even as compared to ascorbic acid. Not even close to ascorbic acid.
The fact that it doesn't have good pH and substance activity doesn't mean it doesn't have antioxidants.
Which data represent the anti-inflammatory activity?
Well, with what we have on the board, the ascorbic acid.
No. I mean, which data? Which of the data?
Apart from this,
that represents the anti-inflammatory activity.
No, this is for antioxidants.
I said the anti-inflammatory.
It's on another slide.
You should show it now.
Please, before we leave that slide, your eyes 50, please put this lowercase, that 50, not like that. Okay. Got it.
Oh yeah.
Where is it? No, the results. Anti-inflammatory.
Two assays were done, two different assays were done for anti-inflammatory. We have the protein denaturation and have the antiproteinase effect. So this is one of it.
But if only done. So what are you comparing with?
With aspirin.
And now when you look at aspirin.
What we have on that.
But when you look at aspirin, it's giving you a conflict results. Because unless that 90 is not correct, you know you have 0.66, 4.62, minus 8.63, 25.22, 20, and 90. That's your standard. So that shows something.
Well, you know, what we actually use, we are not standard, not in the pure form of the aspirin. So it's possible we have interference or influence of some of the constituents of drug affecting the results.
So you are the one answering. She's supposed to be the one to answer.
Just to encourage and...
No, you allow her to start first. If she cannot, that's why she calls on you.
I thought you called me to.
So why do you have such a result?
It's because we didn't use the pure aspirin.
Why didn't you use pure aspirin?
Trying to improve the Nigerian system.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I suspect that the data may need some level of
what the differences are.
Yeah, the differences are not consistent. Are not consistent. And how you intend to interpret negative and positive values is what really gets one confused. I think there is a need for data what again? Data cleaning, so that none of them should
I think all the words in your individual study.
Yeah, please. I believe the study is well conducted, but I guess you need to analyze it.
Something must, it's either the dilution or ratio, but when you start getting this kind of data, something is wrong. That should be, especially the in vitro study, should be consistent.
How was the denaturation done?
How was it done?
How was it?
You are not the one. Are you the one presenting?
Please allow her to help us so that we'll get it right.
Oh, yeah,
She has tried.
No, she has
really tried.
Let that talk first. Don't look at your...
Don't look at your mother.
Hello, you do carry out the experiment. And tell us what you did.
Actually focus on the...
Eh?
My own side major focus on the antioxidants.
Oh, antioxidants. Okay. The other did other parts. Then you should ask them.
To
because it's still pharmacology. Okay, let's appreciate her.
Solvent fractions of ethanol leaf extracts of Smilax anthers in albino mice. Introduction. Smilax anthers wild leaf is used for the management of arthritis and rheumatism in traditional medicine. The crude ethanol leaf extract of this plant was reported to possess significant antinoseptic activities by Shoriwa and Uchendu. Therefore, this study was aimed to assess the antinoseptic activity of the NXA, ethyl acetate, and ancest ethanol leaf extracts in mice. Aim to evaluate the antinoseptic activity of NXA, ethyl acetate, and aqueous fraction of ancest ethanol leaf extracts in mice. Methodology. The crude ethanol leaf extract was obtained through maceration for 72 hours. The ethanol leaf extract was subsequently partitioned with NXA, ethyl acetate, and to obtain different fractions, including the aqueous fraction. Phytochemical screening and active toxicity tests were carried out on all the fractions. Mice were grouped into 5 and they were administered with 100, 200, and 400 mg per kg for the test doses in the 3 treated groups, while the sea butter was given to the negative control and aspirin was used as standard drug in acetic acid-induced writing. Morphine was used as standard drug in low-grade acid. Statistical analysis of data was done using one-way analysis of variance followed by token HSD post-hoc test. Here are the results. Figure 1 shows the antinoseptic activities of the NXA, ethyl acetate, and aqueous fractions of ethanol leaf extract of Smilax ancestors in mice using acetic acid-induced rising method. There was statistically significant inhibition of acetic acid-induced rising in NXA fraction and ethyl acetate fractions. There was no statistically significant difference in the data obtained from the aqueous fraction. Figure 2 shows the antinoseptic activity of NXA fraction of ethanol leaf extract of ancestors leaf. A statistically significant antinoseptic activity was observed at 100 mg and 400 doses in comparison with the negative control. Figure 3 shows the antinoseptic activity of the ethyl acetate fraction of ethanol leaf extract of S cells by oxalic acid. There was a statistically significant increase in mean latency time at all the test doses across the duration. Figure 4 shows the antinoseptic activity of aqueous fraction ethanol leaf extract of S cells by oxalic acid, and it shows that there was a statistically significant increase in mean latency time at all the test doses when compared with both the positive and the negative control groups. Discussion. NXA fraction are triterpenes, alkaloid, and saponins, while ethyl acetate fraction are same without saponin. The aqueous fraction had only saponin and carbohydrates present as phytochemical constituents. The LD50 was found to be greater than 2,000 mg per kg in all the fractions. The NXA fraction and ethyl acetate fraction significantly inhibited acetic acid-induced rise in a dose-dependent manner, while there was no statistically significant difference in antinoseptic activity in the aqueous fraction. All the fractions exhibited significant increase in mean latency in all the examined doses in the oxalic acid in the concentration-dependent manner when compared to the controls. In conclusion, the findings of this study have shown that the solvent fractions of ethanol leaf extract of S have significant antinoseptic activities. Here are my references. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. I hope you are hearing us. We can't see anything to show that there was any significant effect or not. Then your error bar, is it standard error of mean or standard deviation?
Standard error of mean.
Okay. What of the statistical analysis? We do indicate it in the end of the graphs. The statistical analysis, we didn't show it in the end of the graph.
She came to use handovers, but she didn't.
If I presented the results in table form, so that the result, I should have been validated. I use standard, we use standard.
Yes? Yes? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, she came to a meeting handover, but she didn't take the result.
That's what she said.
And then secondly, is that the format of reference? No standard. For reference.
Any other questions?
Why is she not here? She's
online. She's online. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. So the next presenter.
Yes. Yes.
After you answer questions.
Assessment of awareness, acceptance, and use of human immunodeficiency virus pre and post exposure prophylaxis among female sex workers.
No, it's not this one.
Can you hear me, sir?
Sorry. There's a mix-up. Hold on.
You are loud and clear, ma'am.
Please, sir, can I share the screen or you share it from there for me?
Share the screen. Share the screen.
Okay, you can share the screen. You have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Who is presenting? The name?
This Williams.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're on course.
We can start.
Okay.
You send the video.
Let me start fresh.
You have 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay.
William.
Deficiency virus pre and post exposure prophylaxis among female sex workers in Ilorin. Introduction. In 2023, there were an estimated 39.9 million people living with HIV/AIDS in globally, of which 65% were living in Africa. Recent development showed that the control of this pandemic includes use of pre and post of medicines. The objective of this study is to assess the awareness, acceptance, and use of pre and post exposure prophylaxis among female sex workers in Nigeria, Ilorin, Nigeria. Methodology. It was a multi-center cross-sectional study that was conducted from June to September 2023. The form consent were obtained from the study participants. The study took place in 8 hotels that had female sex workers. Data analysis were descriptive, and the classification of awareness, acceptance, and use were as shown. Results.
Network has gone. We can't hear you.
Age group 22. Study that was carried. Hello?
Hello, okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. This in contrast to a study that was carried earlier on. where 36.1% smoked weed. It was also observed that 81.9% had accurate knowledge of HIV/AIDS, which is contrary to a study that was carried earlier on, where only 61.7% had accurate knowledge about HIV in Brazil. Also, 63.1% of study participants were aware of tenofovir and emtricitabine as HIV PrEP prophylaxis. And this is higher than the results from an earlier study by Nwabu, where 31.2% had heard about PrEP. Awareness about the vaginal ring, and HIV PrEP were nil. Majority of the participants accepted tenofovir and emtricitabine dosage regimen, and they preferred the oral dosage form as the route of PrEP. In addition, 59% of the study participants used TE PrEP, of which 4% were frequent users. This is higher than what is found in a study that was presented in Tanzania, where 55% of the study participants used PrEP. In conclusion, the awareness of HIV TE PrEP was moderate. The awareness about dapivirine, vaginal ring, and that of HIV PrEP were new. The study recommended that the Nigerian government and non-governmental organizations should institute HIV PrEP and PrEP awareness program aimed at female sexual workers in Nigeria. Thank you for listening to me. These are my acknowledgements and references.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's appreciate her. So comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Williams, for the beautiful presentation. I want to take you first. I want you to explain. I'm an ethical something from ethical point of view. Ethical point of view. How did you surmount the ethical considerations in this your research? That's the first question.
Sorry, I didn't get that question.
The ethical, how are you able to overcome the ethical considerations? Did you take note of ethical considerations while conducting this research? Because you are dealing with vulnerable group of people. That's the first question. My second question is on your sampling technique. What sampling technique did you use? And also I discovered that in your presentation, your bar chart, you are making use of the bar chart or the spy for two variables, just two variables. I think that should have been better presented as pros or something like that. Then your introduction. Most of the things you claim in your introductions were not referenced. First, second, third statement. Then I also want to know what the questions you ask specifically that make you to conclude on the issue of awareness and the use.
So you can answer those questions. Hello? Are you still online? Are you still online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. We want you to answer the questions.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. The ethical consideration for this work was obtained from the Kwara State Ministry of Health Ethical Review Board. Consent was obtained from each participant before they were included. The sampling technique was to answer.
What?
Then with regards to the references in the introduction, here in the work, there's a limited number of slides you can include. in this work. Then for the questions, specific questions that were asked with regards to this study, we had questions such as for HIV/AIDS. Have you heard about HIV before? Can it be prevented? Can it be inherited? What are the preventive methods that can be used? Where did they hear it from?
How are they able to know about it?
Hello, they said how
did you
have you heard about
how are they able to identify the medication?
What?
Did you show them the medication, or you are just mentioning their name?
Hello?
Hello, we are hearing you.
Hello?
How did they know they were HIV?
I said there were specific questions on the type of PrEP and PEP.
Yeah. How are they able to identify?
There were specific questions as regards to PrEP and PEP with regards to medication.
Did you mention the name of the medication?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you. Did you mention the medications to them? Did you mention?
Medications were mentioned. Tenofovir and Crisitabine, PrEP. Yes, they were mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Any other question?
Yes.
Okay. You can listen to another question.
Listen. Why did you choose the word methodology?
Let her finish.
Okay, listen. Why did you choose the word methodology instead of method? Second, instead of method. Secondly, your questionnaire, was it adapted or adopted? Thirdly, I noticed you use descriptive statistics. Why not inferential? Because you had more variables to look at.
Okay, you can answer those questions.
For methodology, depends on the school of thought. Some persons use methodology, others use methods. So it depends on the school of thought.
You are using method.
The questions were the questions were adapted and adopted from previous work.
What?
Then
the questions were what?
I used the hello.
Hello. Continue. Continue.
I can continue. Okay. It's only the descriptive aspect of the study I presented here due to the number of words. There were descriptive aspect of this study which I intend to present when the work is being published in full.
Okay.
I think you should correct yourself. When you talk about methodology, it is with the study. Maybe, yes. When you talk about methodology, you are dealing with the entire study, the principle behind the study. You understand? The philosophy behind the study. So that's it. Basically, for this work, I think it's the method. And then you didn't tell us, I forgot to ask you about the sample, how you derive the sample size. Then about your work has to do with inferential statistics, where you were averse to it. You rather chose descriptive, which I'm not too comfortable. If you were before me, I will still say what I'm saying now. So please, these are my submission. So population and what again?
Sorry, sir, I didn't hear the last aspect of the statistics.
Yeah, I was. You use descriptive. You use descriptive. But I would have preferred that you are looking at awareness. I didn't want to ask you how you assessed awareness and acceptance. These are very germane words you are using. How to come to a common denominator that's acceptable to us. So inferential statistics should be better accepted here than descriptive.
As I mentioned earlier, this work included inferential statistics, but due to the number of limitations with regard to the number of cohorts, All the parts of the study could not be reported, but that will be included in full paper when being published.
Okay. Thank you. Any other question? Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker. Any other person online?
Alicia, SMA.
Yes.
Hello.
What is your name?
Hello, sir.
Yes, we are hearing you. What is your name? 005.
Bello Ramatu. Bello Ramatu.
Okay.
I shared the
Yes, they will share your slides now. And after presentation, you should be ready to answer questions. Thank you.
Noted, sir.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Good day, distinguished colleagues. I am Bello Ramatu, presenting today on the pharmacological evaluation of the antidepressant activity of the methanolic fruit extract of Azanza garcinia in mice. The presentation will follow this outline. Depression is a psychiatric disorder that directly affects an individual's quality of life and social relations. Approximately 20% of Nigerians suffer from one form of depressive disorder or another. Antidepressant drug therapy currently in use fail to provide sustained remission of symptoms and impose variable side effects to patients. The present study aimed by the methods listed to evaluate the antidepressant-like effect of the methanolic extract of Azanza garcinia in 2 test models predictive of antidepressant action. As seen in Figure 1 and 2, Azanza garcinia extract significantly reduced immobility time, indicating a reduction of reflective despair in mice at a dose of 500 mg per kilogram, comparable to 20 mg per kilogram of fluoxetine. Conclusively, the study provides evidence indicating that the methanolic extract of Azanza garcinia fruit demonstrated significant antidepressant activity in the models of depression employed. Phytochemical analysis showed the presence of flavonoids and phenolic compounds, which have previously been reported to possess multiple biological effects on disorders of the central nervous system, including neurodegenerative disorders. However, further research is required to better elucidate the mechanism of action of Azanza garcinia. Here are some of the references I consulted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. So, questions, comments? Any comments? No comments? Okay. Thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. It was precise. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'm with you.
Okay. 008 should...
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Okay.
I'm here, sir.
So it's going to be...
I sent my video earlier.
Yes, it will be presented now, and we will just listen and we ask you questions after the end of the...
All right, sir.
I'm now going to present my paper titled Effect of Ethanolic Extract of Hymenodiphthong Prevundo on Platelet Indices in Rooster Rats. Introduction. Chronic inflammatory diseases are the most significant cause of death worldwide. Platelets are increasingly being recognized as crucial regulators of the inflammatory process under various pathophysiological conditions. Studies have revealed a link between platelet indices and inflammation. The present study sought to investigate the effect of Hymenodiphthong prevundo ethanol leaf extract (EHA) of platelet indices in Rooster rats using a chronic inflammatory model. Method. The plant was collected, identified, and extracted with 70% ethanol using cold maceration technique. Oral architoxicity study was conducted using OECD 423 guidelines. Doses of 250, 500, and 1,000 mg per kg was selected for the main study. The cotton pellet granular model was used to induce chronic inflammation. At the end of the experiment, blood was collected for hematological investigation, and data was analyzed using SPSS version 23.
Results and discussion. The oral median lethal dose of EHF was estimated to be greater than 5,000 mg per kg body weight. There was no mortality or apparent signs or symptoms of toxicity during the 14 days experimental period. EHF was also classified as being relatively non-toxic in accordance with Locke and Lewis and His classification of toxicity of chemicals. Figure 1 shows the effect of EHF on cotton pellet-induced granuloma in rats. The cotton pellet-induced granuloma model is a suitable model for evaluating the transudative, exudative, and proliferative phases of inflammation. Administration of EHF at the highest dose of 1,000 mg per kg significantly reduced the weight of both wet and dry cotton pellets. This suggests that the extract inhibited the development of exudate and granuloma mass and thus possesses anti-inflammatory activity. Figure 2 shows the effect of the extract on platelet levels in rats, where the extract significantly reduced platelet levels at all tested doses. Platelets play an important role in the inflammatory process. During inflammation, platelet adhesion and activation occurs, leading to increased platelet levels in the system. Thus, the ability of EHF to reduce platelet levels suggests that it has anti-inflammatory activity. Studies have shown a link between platelet indices and inflammation. Elevation of these indices are consistent with inflammation. In the present study, as shown in figure 3, the extract reduced the levels of PDW, that is platelet distribution width, and PNR, platelet lymphocyte ratio, suggesting that it possesses anti-inflammatory activity. In conclusion, the result from this study suggests that the anti-inflammatory effect of EHF may be through its action on platelets. Further studies should thus be carried out to isolate and identify bioactive compounds which can be utilized in the development of novel drugs for the treatment of inflammatory disorders. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Amina Oloro Koba. No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So,
thank you, sir.
Can we appreciate her, brother? Any questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Let us go to our title, please.
So they said, is it just raise it because it's
Okay, just raise it.
It's recorded.
Question.
Yes.
Amina, I must really.
Yes, sir.
I must really applaud you. Yes, I give you kudos for your analysis and data presentation.
Okay, sir.
Based on the topic. However, your results and discussion shows that it is not in comparison to any result, to any presentation ever done in history. There was
because you are facing.
Okay. There was no literature. Your literature review did not show in your presentation. Nor did your results, nor were your results compared to earlier work done in such a research. I think it is not too novel not to acknowledge others. Thank you.
You have any comment for that on that one?
For that, sir, the paper that I come for this, I discussed that extensively, and so just because of time for the presentation, but it has been well noted. I'm using a paper of this which I discussed extensively, but due to the time limit. So with that noted, sir, thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes. Yes. Please, can you give me the mic?
I just want to know what are the toxicity endpoints that were monitored during the process of the work? The toxicity endpoints that were monitored.
You can answer that.
Can you come again?
What were the toxicity endpoints that were monitored during the...
Okay, the toxicity endpoints, we looked at them. We looked at whether there was any signs of any neurological symptoms, like in hyperactivity, or any signs of or abdominal rates. We didn't see any sign of no sign of abdominal rates. We looked at whether there was any change in the gait or posture. We looked at we examined the eyes of the mice, whether there was any change in the color of the eyes. You know, when it starts looking pale, we didn't observe such in the mice. We checked whether there was any falling off of hair. That's their fur, not hair. We checked whether there was any falling off of fur during the period of this day evaluation. That's 14 days, and we didn't see any physical changes. So we didn't observe any physical changes in the fur or in the eyes. We didn't see any behavioral changes like in their posture or their gait. We didn't see any increased like hyperactivity, or they were appearing dull, feeling like they were depressed. All this, and at the end of the study, there was also no death. So based on all this, we concluded that the extract was relatively safe.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask you, why do you limited your research on platelet alone? I'm considering there are several models that can be used, even with the animals you got the blood from. You can still measure certain things using them for that experiment and still be able to do your platelet. White, like hot plates, anti-inflammatory models that you can
cytokines,
use.
sir.
Yes.
Yes, you can measure level of inflammatory cytokines. Yes, sir.
Yes. I mean,
thank you very much, sir.
The same animal, you can still be able to get more information, in terms of research works. So that next time when you are planning that, you should be able to take into cognizance those kind of things. Now, there was a question online which you should listen to. How was the plant selected? That was a question online. What made your choice of the plant? Why did you select those plants for the study? Or that plant you used?
The plant was selected based on the traditional use of the plant in the community where it was collected. Okay. Actually, this aspect of the work is just one of our colleagues have previously worked on determining the level of pro-inflammatory cytokines. So this was just an aspect of a larger study, sir. The plant was selected based on the traditional use of the plant in the locality in Zaria, sir, where it was collected.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate that. I think we are finished online now. Remaining one person. That's 019. 019.
Yeah, present, sir.
Okay.
Present, sir.
Okay, they will present your work now. And after was.
Okay, I submitted my video, sir.
Is it clinical pharmacy?
Yes, sir. Clinical pharmacy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, after that we'll take. How many of them are there? Only one person.
The one for Samira.
I submitted my video.
076.
076. Okay, can we play this one? 019. 019.
The title of our abstract is Assessment of a Comparative Study Among Insured and Uninsured Patients. My name is Uni Meshet, and my co-authors are Miriam Abasinia Adesondi, Igbe Munito, and Victor Mba. I am of the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Biopharmacy, University of Oyo, Nigeria. Understanding the impact of the disparity in patient satisfaction on healthcare resource allocation and overall economic well-being is vital for healthcare policy development and resource management. The objective of our study was to comparatively evaluate satisfaction with the quality of healthcare delivery among uninsured and insured patients under the insurance scheme of the National Health Insurance Authority. So we carried out a cross-sectional study, and it was conducted in the University of Oyo Teaching Hospital. Patients receiving care under the insurance scheme of the National Health Insurance Authority and uninsured patients of the hospital were respectively interviewed. So these patients were interviewed using a suitably designed survey instrument. The main aim of this survey was to comparatively assess their satisfaction with healthcare delivery. Patients' responses were graded on a 5-point liking scale, and the mean satisfaction with healthcare delivery score was determined for both study populations. The data we obtained was summarized using descriptive statistics as appropriate, and we also used the Pearson's chi-square test and the independent student t-test to compare data where applicable. We used bivariate correlation analysis and multivariate regression analysis to assess the relationship between assessment variables. For inferential statistical analysis, we consider p-values less than 0.05 to be statistically significant. We obtained integral approval for this study from the Health Research Ethics Committee of the University of Oyo Teaching Hospital. In addition to this, we also obtained informed consent from our study participants. A total of 1,000 patients were interviewed in this survey, 500 patients in each patient population. The table that was presented here shows the socio-demographic characteristics of the audience. So we have here the gender of both patient population, age, level of education, as presented here, employment status, religion, marital status, and also number of children, salary range in naira, and the presence or absence of chronic medical conditions. So a comprehensive evaluation of satisfaction with healthcare delivery between the insured and uninsured patients, we found is a significant difference in the mean satisfaction in healthcare delivery score among the two patient populations. We found that patients who were insured under the insurance scheme of the National Health Insurance Authority were more satisfied with healthcare delivery than those who were not insured, and this difference was statistically significant. We also found that predictors of satisfaction among the insured patients were gender, age, level of education, number of children, and the presence of a chronic medical condition. So our conclusion is that patients receiving care at the University of Oyo Teaching Hospital under the insurance scheme of the National Health Insurance Authority who were more satisfied with healthcare delivery than the uninsured patients. I can also conclude by saying that gender, age, level of education, number of children, and the presence of a chronic medical condition were determinants of satisfaction in healthcare delivery among insured patients. Thank you for paying attention.
Thank you. Please, can I have your name again?
You should have his name.
It's supposed to be online.
It's supposed to be online.
Your name again, please.
University of Oyo, what's your name?
The person that just presented, what's your name?
What does 9 number? We can get that.
hear us now? It should be online.
The mic is check the mic.
It's working. Hello, slice 019, abstract 019. What's your name, the presenter?
Okay, my name is Unyime Eshet.
Unyime Eshet.
Unyime Eshet.
Spelling.
Unyime Eshet. IME.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Onyime.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that your survey instrument, was it adapted or adopted? Because I noticed you said and it was not pre-tested. No, was it certified?
Sorry, I didn't get it clearly.
Your surveys, first of all, your population sample, you tell us how you got 1,000 participants. How you arrived at 1,000 participants in this study. Secondly, I noticed that you were checking for, assessing for acceptance of healthcare delivery. And your definition of healthcare was not mentioned. Because healthcare is a very large, it's a bigger, it's an umbrella word. So your definition of healthcare was not mentioned. And then your variable, I noticed we're talking about acceptance. What were they accepting? Because your instrument, your questionnaire used, was it certified? Was it pre-tested? It did not show. And your data presented, that is your results and discussion, did not show that there was, you related this your study to previous studies. Only showed you were presenting data to results, was void of the scientific or clinical discussions relevant to others. And then your ethical approval, there was no, you just said ethical approval was obtained, but no reference number for that ethical approval.
Okay, can you answer this question? Can you answer this question?
Yes, we did it, and we had a number of questions that we asked. 500, we collected, we interviewed 1,000 patients. 500 were the ones that in each population. 500 from those that were under the NHIA insurance scheme, and 500 uninsured people. These were not, they were paid out of pocket. The instrument that we used was adapted from previous instruments, and the questions we asked about 13 items, sorry, and they cut across medical consultation, pharmaceutical care, laboratory services, nursing care, waiting time, and overall assessment of the patient, and even all up to the infrastructure in the facility and the waiting time, the access to information, and all that. That's what the instrument captured. Then it was on a 5-point likely scale from extremely dissatisfied to extremely satisfied. So the patient and he now was graded. I hope I got your question well, but I'm not hearing you clearly, sir.
What I asked was the reliability of your instrument used was not pre-tested, and if it was tested by who and who, there should be a patient, there should be a clinician, and maybe an educationist, that is a teacher or a lecturer, to verify this. Not
the reliability of the study, of the instrument.
Yes. Secondly, your sample size, where did you derive it from? You not tell us how you got that sample size. And then thirdly,
a teaching hospital.
You did pre-test that questionnaire? You said you adapted it. What did you modify in the questionnaire? You didn't tell us because you did not adopt. You said you adapted. So what did you modify?
No, I got it from a combination of other studies that assess satisfaction with healthcare delivery.
You said you adapted it, which means you modified an existing questionnaire. What is the name of that questionnaire? It was not stated.
No, it's not one questionnaire from different studies. People that carry out studies on the satisfaction with healthcare delivery. So I got questions from here, got questions from there, and now I assembled them together, and then I pre-tested it on a population that I didn't use for the final study.
So it was a self-designed questionnaire, not adapted or adopted. It was self-designed.
I would say it's
Let's not overflow your issue.
It was pre-tested, Abi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you, sir.
076. That's can we quickly have that so that we can finish today?
Is that Samira?
Yes, sir. Those people we said should wait online for pharmaceutics, pharmacognosy. I learned that that section has completed their program for today. But that means tomorrow you should be available for your presentation. Maybe what you should do, make sure you watch for information or announcement on the Napa conference participants so that you can get information on what time you are going to have your presentation tomorrow. Is that okay?
It's okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have...
Is clinical pharmacy still presenting today?
Yes.
061.
The last one. 076. 076.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, the last one from clinical pharmacy. Is there any other person on clinical pharmacy there?
061 is from clinical pharmacy. 061. 061 Jackson. Clinical pharmacy.
021 Samira Bill is also from clinical pharmacy, sir.
061 Jackson is from clinical pharmacy.
Okay, I think we may have to end today now. So that tomorrow we'll continue. Sorry. I can't pick one and leave the two.
I think it's better so that we'll be at.
You understand? So we will continue tomorrow. What I will advise every person online should please check the announcement on the Napa conference participants page, WhatsApp page. They will put information there for you so that you know when and when you are going to do your presentation. What I will also advise is that I will appreciate you if you can send your number of abstract to that page now. I will appreciate so that it will be first come, first serve, so that you that are waited till now will be the first to be taken tomorrow, including those in pharmacognosy and pharmaceutics. Make sure you send your abstract number, type it, and your name. Well, the topic may not be the number of your abstract and your name. Type it on the WhatsApp page of Napa Conference Participant 2024. Please do that now so that they will collate it and make sure you are the first presenter tomorrow. And they will put the time you are going to present. Is that okay? Hello, I hope you have heard me.
Yes, sir, we heard you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we want to appreciate everybody for participating in today's scientific program and all the programs that have been done today. We hope tomorrow we'll be able to come on time as scheduled for the scientific presentation. We wait for announcement now. Thank you.
Please, if you are going with the bus, in the next 10 to 15 minutes, the bus is leaving. Once it will move once, please, if you want to go with the bus, move out now. Because of the stationary going on, we have the driver to wait. So please do so now. Thank you.
That was very interesting. I was almost going